To our participants who are already here in the Zoom meeting or are viewing through the conference website, you may now register your attendance by scanning the QR code posted on your screen. Or you may also click the plenary session attendance link, which will be posted by our chat moderator. We'll start the program real soon, so thank you very much and please stay tuned. Again, to our participants who are already in the Zoom meeting or are viewing through the conference website, you may now register your attendance by scanning this QR code posted in the presentation or by clicking the plenary session attendance link, which will be posted by our chat moderators. Okay, next slide. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this year's Trinity Research Idea and International Congress, Triicon 2023, an international conference organized by the Trinity University of Asia, with the theme Striving for Sustainable Communities Through Health Promoting Technologies and Ideas. I am Johanna Rachel T. San Pedro, and it is my pleasure to serve as the mistress of the ceremonies for this year's conference. The previous conference held in 2022, which was conducted through the same online platform, was attended by experts and professionals from across the globe. In this year's Triicon, we have invited speakers who are experts in their field of discipline. However, unlike last year's conference, the talks for this year would be held simultaneously through parallel sessions. But before we proceed, we would like to orient you to our conference house rules. Number 1, participants are required to attend all the sessions from April 26 to April 27, whether they are attending through Zoom platform or are viewing through the Triicon in the website. Attendance link will be posted for a specific time only for every session that you will be attending, and failure to attend any of the session will forfeit the privilege of receiving a certificate of participation. Number 2, evaluation will be given on April 27, right after the plenary session. And finally, number 3, the attendance to all of the sessions as well as the result of the evaluation will be the basis in the release of certificate with CPD points, as well as certificate for CPD self-directed learning. Again, to our participants who have not registered their attendance yet, kindly scan the QR code posted here or click the link that will be posted in the Zoom chat. These links will direct you to the attendance form for this plenary session. So, okay, we will start the program at exactly 8 a.m. So for now, register through this QR code or through the link that will be posted by the chat moderators. Thank you very much, and please stay tuned. Again, good morning, participants. And just to remind you of the house rules for this conference, participants are required to attend all the sessions from April 26 to 27, whether they are attending through the Zoom platform or viewing through the Triicon, through the website of the Triicon. Attendance links will be posted for only a specific time for every session. Failure to attend any of the session will forfeit the privilege of receiving a certificate of participation. Evaluation will be given on April 27, 2023, right after the plenary session. And the attendance to all of the session, as well as the result of the evaluation, will be the basis in the release of the certificate with CPD points, as well as certificate for CPD self-directed learning. To begin the conference, I would also like to remind everyone to sign in the attendance form, so your attendance would be recorded. You may scan the QR code or you may click the link that will be posted by the chat moderators. So to start the program, may we ask everyone to please stand and direct your attention on the screen for the invocation and the singing of the national anthem. The prayer would be led by our Reverend Father Echanes Cadiogan, followed by the Trinity University of Asia Chorale, who will lead the singing of the Philippine National Anthem and the Trinity Hymn.
Let us pray. Almighty God, the source of life, knowledge, and wisdom, thank you for creating us and the entire universe for your great purpose. We praise you for our wonderful capacity to observe, to discover, to understand, and to do what is good and beneficial to all, by thinking of ideas and creating technologies that could help and sustain communities, particularly on matters of health. And so we praise and thank you for this opportunity for research outputs to be presented and discussed, for participants to learn in this Trinity Research and Idea International Congress 2023, given the theme Striving for Sustainable Communities through Health Promoting Technologies and Ideas. We thank you for the organizers, for the work of the organizers, the commitment of our resource persons, and the attendance of everyone. We ask for your guidance and protection throughout this first day of our Congress, as we pray in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Bayang magiliw, preso silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuloy kayang magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pagsisihin, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mabuhaw, may dilag kang tula, tawid sa paglayang minamahal, ang isap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdidinig, ang bituin at araw na kailang pamay di magdidinig, lumay ang araw na luway ang ating pagsinta, buhay ang langit sa piling mo. Ang ligaya na pagmay mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Thank you, Reverend Father Kadyogan, and to the Trinity University of Asia Coral. The Triicon 2023 is a two-day multidisciplinary webinar with the theme Striving for Sustainable Communities through Health Promoting Technologies and Ideas. A community for this conference contextually pertains to any group of people sharing the same goals. It could be a professional community, an academic community, a workplace community, or a geographic community. A sustainable community promotes a healthy environment. Education and communication for practitioners of psychology, education, and mass communication. The last session is on sustainable health economies and digitization for entrepreneurs, IT practitioners, and those involved in the hotel and tourism industries. We are also glad to inform our licensed professionals that this conference have been granted continuing professional development units. 9 units have been granted for professional teachers as well as for radiologic technologists. 8 units have been granted for respiratory therapists, 3.5 for psychologists, and 3.25 for medical technologists. While for nurses, our application and evaluation of the CPD credit units is still ongoing. So for participants who would be availing of the CPD credit units, we invite you to participate in all of the sessions of your assigned parallel. Okay. Again, for the conference, we would we need to um, we need to we need to make sure that we follow this conference house rules. Okay, so for a while. Okay. Again, to remind you of the conference house rules. Number 1, participants are required to attend all the sessions from April 26th to April 27, whether they are attending through the Zoom platform or viewing through the Triicon website. Attendance link will be posted for a specific time only for every session, and failure to attend any of the session will forfeit the privilege of receiving a certificate of participation. Number 2, evaluation will be given on April 27, 2023, right after the plenary session, and the attendance to all of the session as well as the result of the evaluation will be the basis in the release of certificate with CPD points, as well as the certificate for CPD self-directed learning. Again, kindly flash the QR code for the attendance. So our participants who haven't registered through the attendance yet can register their attendance and have their attendance recorded. The QR code is posted here in the presentation slide, and the link for the attendance will be posted by the chat moderators. To help us in opening the conference, may we call our Trinity University of Asia University President, Dr. Gisela D.A. Luna, to deliver the welcome remarks. Dr. Luna, you may now take the virtual floor. Okay, for a while. Again, to our participants, don't forget to register your attendance. The links for the attendance can be found in the Zoom chat. Again, for participants who haven't registered their attendance yet, kindly scan the QR code posted, and you may also be directed to the registration by clicking the attendance. Again, we would like to welcome our University President, Dr. Gisela D.A. Luna. Dr. Luna will deliver the welcome remarks for this conference. Dr. Luna, you may now take the virtual floor.
Thank you. It's a wonderful day to start this Triicon, and I'd like to greet everyone a good day. It's safer to greet everyone this time because I don't know the other time zones of those speakers and participants we have. But I hope you're all well, especially for the participants in the Philippines, and I hope you're all surviving the heat of the summer. And I hope also for all the participants across the world, I wish you're all well as well. We welcome you all to the Trinity Research and Idea International Congress, known as Triicon. This is with the theme, Striving for Sustainable Communities through Health-Promoting Technologies and Ideas. Every year we have this, and this is a venue for exchange of ideas and perspectives, which fosters individual personal growth and collective expansion of knowledge. It is our hope that you all take this opportunity to be enriched and be enlightened as you listen to the wide array of speakers sharing their experiences. I hope you are part of this healthy discourse as you listen and discuss with them through this interaction. And as you interact, I wish that you all develop new paradigms that could emerge and the understanding of sustainability be operationalized in our lives. It's very important right now. But before we start this, my congratulations to all the deans of the colleges who have put in so much effort in bringing this together with the leadership of our Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Howell Ho. My special mention to the tireless effort of our Director for the Research Development Center, Dr. Kapili. My deepest gratitude and thank you to all our speakers who took time to prepare and be with us all for the next 2 days. So in behalf of Trinity University of Asia, we thank you. To everyone, may the next 2 days be fruitful and productive for all of us. Again, a good day, and thank you very much. Please stay safe and stay healthy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Luna, for that inspiring message. I hope that our participants are inspired and are now ready to begin this conference. So, to introduce our plenary speaker is a professor of biochemistry and molecular biology at the University of the Philippines, Manila College of Medicine. She has a Master of Science degree in biochemistry and a PhD in molecular biology and biotechnology, minor in microbiology, both from the University of the Philippines. She had research fellowships at the Marine Biological Laboratory in Woods Hole, Massachusetts, United States of America, and at the Novartis Institute for Tropical Diseases in Singapore. Her research deals with virology, the human microbiome, probiotics, and immunodiagnostics. She was awarded as one of the outstanding young scientists of the National Academy of Science and Technology in 2012 for her work on hepatitis viruses, probiotics, and the microbiome. She is a diplomate of the Philippine Academy of Microbiology and a former president of the Philippine Society for Microbiology from the fiscal year 2018 to 2019. She also served as president of the Philippine Society of Biochemistry of, and Molecular Biology, PSBNB, from 2020 to 2021, and as a member of the board of directors in other professional organizations, namely the Philippine Society for Lactic Acid Bacteria, Outstanding Young Scientists Incorporated. She has been a governing board member from 2020 up to present and the chair of the Medical Sciences Division from 2020 up to this time, and the vice president of the National Research Council of the Philippines. She is currently the president of the NRCP. In the University of the Philippines, Manila, she is currently the assistant to the vice chancellor for academic affairs and the director of the National Graduate Office for the Health Sciences, as well as the coordinator of the MD-PhD Molecular Medicine program of the UP College of Medicine and the Philippine Council for Health Research and Development. Let us welcome with a warm virtual round of applause our plenary speaker, Dr. Leslie M. Dalmasio, who will give her talk on striving for sustainable communities through health promoting technologies and ideas. Dr. Leslie, you may now take the virtual floor. The floor is now yours.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and good morning to the Trinity University of Asia President, Dr. Gisela Luna, to the TUA VPAA, Dr. Howell Ho, and to everyone who are attending this very important and timely conference, the Triicon. So I will now share the presentation that I will be delivering. May I request the technical committee to allow my sharing of the PowerPoint?
Pwede naman. Yes, ma'am, you may now share your screen.
Okay. So, okay, I'm sorry, I cannot share. Ayan, it's now okay. Okay. So at this point, I would like to congratulate the organizers of this Triicon for a very relevant theme of the conference this year. And so I would like to expound more on that theme, striving for sustainable communities through health promoting technologies and ideas. I believe that the theme emanated from the global goals for sustainable development. And at this point, we're already almost a decade from the launch of these global goals for sustainable development. And so actually the essence of the global goals, or what we usually call the SDGs, or the Sustainable Development Goals, is ending poverty and other deprivations must go hand in hand with strategies that improve health and education, reduce inequality, and spur economic growth, all while tackling climate change and working to preserve our oceans and forests. So the statement that I have just given actually describes all 17 sustainable development goals. And by this time, I think all of us already know about these sustainable development goals. Just to give you a brief history of the SDGs, this 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development was adopted by all United Nations member states in 2015. So we are now on the 8th year of trying to achieve the SDGs. And the 17 SDGs provide a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet now and into the future. So the SDGs are an urgent call for action by all countries, developed and developing countries, in a global partnership. However, we know that the recent pandemic, or COVID-19, has had an impact on the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. So we have seen that in the recent pandemic, in terms of SDG 1, there was a decrease in economic activities that led to income reduction and acceleration of poverty. Food production was also affected, and we have witnessed how health facilities were overloaded. And we have also seen the worsening of other diseases because COVID was prioritized. There was closure of schools and limited internet access. Women became more vulnerable. Some companies and small businesses were affected, and some were even forced to shut down. So COVID-19 increased inequalities, and it may have also increased the likelihood of conflicts. However, the pandemic, while it presented both an enormous challenge, it also presented tremendous opportunities for reaching the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs. So I will focus on two SDGs that are closer to home, since I am speaking to an audience mostly from the academe and whom are engaged in research and development. Let us see how the COVID-19 pandemic impacted SDG 3, or good health and well-being. So even before the crisis, the world was already off track, ensuring healthcare for everybody by 2030. And the impressive gains made in recent years, such as on infant and maternal mortality rates, turning the tide on HIV/AIDS, and having malaria deaths, were threatened. And we face possibly alarming setbacks, not just from the disease itself, but the knock-on effects of breaks in vaccination campaigns. As regards SDG 4, or quality education, uh, the UNESCO estimated about 1.25 billion students affected by the lockdowns during the pandemic. The UNDP, on the other hand, estimated that 86% of primary school children in developing countries were not educated during the pandemic. So the pandemic has re-emphasized also the digital divide. I think everybody felt that. And the right to internet access, particularly for those in rural areas. Now, the UNDP estimates that closing the digital divide would reduce by more than 2/3 the number of children not learning because of school closures. So these are the impacts of the pandemic to two of the SDGs that are closer to home. So the pandemic gave the SDGs a grievous blow. I have only shown you two SDGs, but actually all the SDGs were impacted. So this blow is one that will be far-reaching for years to come, but it also showed us the wisdom of what is already inherent in the SDGs. And that is that the challenges we face cannot be dealt with in isolation. So the pandemic heightened our sense of community, our working together, thinking together for sustainable solutions. Like a double helix, the SDGs and the COVID-19 pandemic response were intertwined and are still intertwined and cannot be tackled by a piecemeal approach. So we need that sense of community. So let me just run through the goals for SDG 3 or good health and well-being, since the focus of this talk will be on health technologies. So you may not know this or you may not be familiar with this, but let me just have a run through of what we have to achieve in terms of good health and well-being. So by 2030, there should be a reduction of global maternal mortality ratio. There should also be an end of preventable deaths of newborns and children under 5 years of age. We want an end of the pandemics of AIDS, tuberculosis, malaria, and neglected tropical diseases, and to combat hepatitis, waterborne diseases, and other communicable diseases. We also aim for a reduction by 1/3 of premature mortality from non-communicable diseases through prevention and treatment and promotion of mental health and well-being. We also aim to strengthen the prevention and treatment of substance abuse. By 2020, and this is already 2 years ago, there should be halving of the number of global deaths and injuries from road traffic accidents. And by 2030, to ensure universal access to sexual and reproductive health care services, including for family planning, information and education, and the integration of reproductive health into national strategies and programs. Another goal is to achieve universal health coverage, and we are working on that. By 2030, we also want a substantially reduced number of deaths and illnesses from hazardous chemicals in air, water and soil pollution and contamination. And we want a strengthened implementation of the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control and a support for research and development of vaccines and medicines for the communicable and non-communicable diseases that primarily affect developing countries. Also, to substantially increase health financing and the recruitment, development, training, and retention of the health workforce in developing countries, especially in least developed countries and small island developing states. And lastly, to strengthen the capacity of all countries, in particular developing countries, for early warning, risk reduction, and management of national and global health risks. So, having mentioned these goals, these specific goals for SDG 3, you might have realized that these are what our government and the whole world is working on in recent years, particularly heightened during the pandemic. You may not know that these goals are part of SDG 3, but if you did not know then, so now you know that the SDG 3 is the basis of what the government and the whole world are promoting. So now we move forward from the pandemic, and moving forward, we are promoting sustainable communities because that is our great realization during the pandemic, that we need sustainable communities. And as explained earlier, the context of the community here could be a professional community or an academic community, but whatever that type of or context of community is, we want it sustainable. We want it to withstand time and to be resilient. Okay, so what is sustainability? Well, it occurs when processes or improved outcomes last after the implementation has occurred. For example, an improvement that has become part of the organizational culture and has been maintained regardless of workforce turnover. In an academic institution, this is highly desired. Sustainability is also related to successful culture change within an organization. It's very difficult for something to be sustainable if the culture is not changed or if old ways are maintained or old ways are carried on, especially if the old ways are not very successful in for implementation of quality processes or quality products. So maintaining the ideas, beliefs, principles, or values underlying an initiative and having the new ways of working become the norm. These show that the change has positively influenced the culture. So why is sustainability important? Simply because without it, valuable time and resources are wasted. But with sustainability, we want quality improvement. Yan. And this quality improvement must be integrated into a community's culture. For example, let's focus on healthcare or in the health system. So in the Philippines, there is a high level of variability in healthcare. And if you look globally, we see the variability even more. And due to the high level of variability in healthcare, high quality care and reliable safe practices should be provided. And these cannot be compromised. So these should be sustainable. Okay. Now, there are steps in our strive for sustainable communities or in striving for sustainable communities, there are actually suggested steps. And these are based on John Cotter's suggested steps. First is to create a sense of urgency. Sometimes we don't even need to create the sense of urgency ourselves. It's the world or the community itself that creates the sense of urgency. And usually it starts with that sense of urgency. And then when there is already that sense of urgency, there must be a building of the guiding team. For example, during the COVID pandemic, there was the IATF. There was a group with the characteristics to lead the change effort and work together as a team. Now, the third step is to develop a change vision and strategy. To change a vision, to help direct the change, or to help direct the change effort and develop strategies for achieving that vision. The vision is part of the goal. That is what we want to see at the end of all the effort. So there should be a clear vision at the start. And the next step is to promote understanding and buy-in, to make sure that the members of the community understand and support the vision and strategy. Because if there is no understanding and support, we will not be able to push our vision. Then the next step is to empower. We do not only make the members of the community buy in and understand what we want to achieve. We also want to empower them, because in empowering the members of the community who will be the next leaders, this would ensure sustainability. And we have to celebrate short-term wins. It is important that we set milestones and celebrate these milestones. And don't let up, be relentless. And for that is how we reach sustainability. And of course, it's the culture change that would now ensure that sustainability. Okay. Now, focusing on health, why is sustainability important for our health? So, through the centuries, we have seen that the reduction of environmental pollution and advancements in hygiene have contributed significantly to the increase in human health and life expectancy, particularly in highly industrialized countries. But you see that even today, contaminated water, food, and air remain major causes for suffering and death globally. So it's very difficult to maintain or to reach optimal sustainability. And our health, as you know, is intertwined with environmental health, with the health of plants and animals, with food security. So it's very important. So sustainability is important for our health. So let us now contextualize sustainable communities in the Philippines. Now, globally, since the SDGs are global goals, so of course, many governments or many countries use the SDGs as guide uh, in setting their own goals. So in the Philippines, we have Ambition Natin 2040, the pillars of which are malasakit, pagbabago, and kaunlaran. You can read more about the goals of the country in Ambition Natin through the NEDA website. But I think for the purpose of this icon, I will just discuss further how our national research and development agenda support Ambition Natin 2040 and how our harmonized national R&D agenda promotes sustainable communities. So our harmonized national research and development agenda is important. We have seen how research, or we have seen the importance of research in the last pandemic, the very dynamic and the timely outputs of research enabled us to have the vaccines that we need, enabled us to respond to the demands of the health system. Now, for this HNRDA, the Department of Science and Technology is actively involved. The different councils of the Department of Science and Technology contributed to the HNRDA. So at the bottom, you see the National Integrated Basic Research Agenda, or the NIBRA, the research priorities of the National Research Council of the Philippines are indicated in the NIBRA. For the health research priorities, that's under the Philippine Council for Health Research and Development. And we also have the agriculture, aquatic, and natural resources, R&D priorities, as well as priorities from the Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technology Council. And we also have set priorities related to disaster risk reduction and climate change. So we want to focus on health. And as we have seen from the pandemic, the need for R&D continues as every sector should prepare for upcoming eventualities. And we are now following, or we are now guided by the HNRDA Agenda 2022 to 2028, because the next quinquennial will be a post-pandemic world, and it will be defined by the way society and the economy adapted to the health crisis, because we have learned so much from the pandemic. So STI are at the forefront in providing leaders with informed choices to help disease prevention and control. And beyond health measures, innovation held the key for industry to reawaken the economy and provide sustainable solutions to challenges in health and travel restrictions. Because if the health measures were not successful, our economy would, the industry would not be able to open later in the pandemic or later in the pandemic. Okay. So the Philippine Council for Health Research and Development has research priority areas, and the research priority areas do deal with health promoting technologies and ideas. So these are the research priority areas of PCHRD: drug discovery and development, functional foods, nutrition and food safety, re-emerging and emerging diseases, omic technologies for health, diagnostics, biomedical engineering for health, digital and frontier technologies for health, disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation in health, and mental health. So you may be thinking now, oh, so these should be what we should focus on in terms of R&D so that we can have sustainable communities. We need more drugs. We need functional foods. We need very good diagnostics. And of course, we have to take care of our mental health. So thus, these are the R&D priority areas of PCHRD. So let me just run through these priority areas to further describe what's under the priority areas. So the Drug Discovery and Development Program of the DOST has already set up many Tuklas Luna centers. We have already many potential drugs from natural products that are in the pipeline. So now the priority for R&D is already on novel drug or pharmaceutical excipients, because we already have promising potential drugs. From the Tuklas Lunas, now we have Tawa-Tawa, and we have, for example, Sambong. There are already many natural product derived herbal medicine in the country. Now, for functional foods, this is still promoted whether during a public health emergency or not. We cannot overemphasize the importance of functional foods for our health. So crops and food products that have possible health advantages beyond their distinctive nutritional benefits for the prevention of non-communicable diseases are these functional foods. And the PCHRD would want us to look at root crops, local berries, indigenous vegetables, underutilized foods, and even local probiotic strains, and see how they can be characterized and tested for safety for functional food development. Now, of course, nutrition and food safety would always be priorities. We want to prioritize maternal and child nutrition because this would have an impact on child development, especially in the first 2,000 days. Of course, we want also nutrition for rare and infectious diseases, nutrition assessment and intervention in selected populations, integrative functional nutrition, as well as existing and emerging diets and nutrient profiling. We also want food to be safe, so that's also included in the priority. Of course, included in the priority would be the emerging and emerging diseases program. Especially after the pandemic, we are now cognizant that infectious disease may just emerge or emerge, and we have to be ready, whether we have communicable diseases and even non-communicable diseases. In the pandemic, there was re-emergence of some non-communicable diseases, such as certain types of cancers. And there's antimicrobial resistance, the continuous addressing of antimicrobial resistance, searching for new interventions for antimicrobial resistance. So preventive interventions against the emerging diseases. And of course, we have to use latest technology or latest molecular approaches for health programs. So the PCHRD included omic technologies for health. And these omic technologies should be applicable to cancer and non-communicable diseases, to neurological conditions, as well as in nutritional assessment, nutrition related to stunting and obesity, and also translational omics research for precision medicine, and specifically for cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and cancer, which are low-lying fruits uh, in terms of illnesses in the country. Okay. Then there's diagnostics R&D. In the recent pandemic, we had to rush developing diagnostics, accurate and reliable diagnostics for the SARS-CoV-2. But the PCHRD is also promoting diagnostics for cancer, cardiovascular disease, diabetes, other infectious diseases, and neglected tropical diseases. If we can have more rapid point of care tests and devices in the form of lateral flow device, microfluidics, etc., for other diseases, then that would be very good in terms of a responsive health system. So there are many, as you can see here in this slide, there are many suggested diagnostics that we can focus on in terms of R&D. And there's biomedical engineering. So we have also seen how biomedical engineering can address disruptions such as a pandemic. So for the biomedical engineering program, we want accessible, affordable, good quality, and innovative biomedical devices that consider sustainability of materials, manufacturing processes, and products towards a Philippine biomedical devices industry. And I show here what could be a focus of biomedical engineering R&D. For example, technology-assisted surgical innovations for patient safety, or devices for health emergency preparedness and response. And of course, there's disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. So R&D related to this continues because the Philippines anyway is a disaster-prone country. And our mental health is not forgotten. So it's a priority research program. We want to understand more the mental health issues in the country. We want information and communication technology developed for mental health. We want interventions, of course, for mental health. And lastly, digital and frontier technologies for health are priority areas. When we say digital health, this refers to innovations and technologies that make use of connectivity and interoperability platforms and softwares that can be used in healthcare interventions. When we say frontier health technologies, these refer to advanced and revolutionary solutions and innovations which makes use of artificial intelligence, big data, machine or deep learning, and other elements of the fourth industrial revolution. So when we speak of digital and frontier technologies for health, these would include all the different mobile apps and the information technology services, and also machine learning and clinical decision support system and wearable health monitors or even wearable devices to monitor our health, which I think many of you would have that smartwatch, which is already a wearable device. Okay, so the digital health technologies would include, of course, the mobile health apps, which you may have on your phone and other wearable devices. And we also have telehealth and telemedicine and the use of electronic health records or electronic medical records. And digital health technologies also include personalized medicine or intervention that is tailored fit to an individual, because many of our health interventions would of course be applicable to the population, but there could be individual differences in terms of response to drugs, for example. So personalized medicine is the way to go. Okay, so we want digital and frontier technologies to be predictive, personalized, preventive, participatory, and psychocognitive. And these characteristics would we desire to be all in an app in your phone or in our phones. Okay. Now, as regards precision medicine, so this is the new paradigm. And as compared to traditional medicine, for example, in cancer, traditional management of cancer would include radiation or chemotherapy and surgery. And these traditional approaches are still needed. They are still needed. However, we also want traditional approaches to be complemented by precision medicine. In precision medicine, we look at the genes of the person with the illness and possibly locate and identify, in this case, cancer-causing genes, and identify ways to customize the treatment, possibly through immunotherapy. So this is already being done these days, but of course, immunotherapy is still very expensive. And targeted therapies, of course, drugs that can turn specific genes that have been identified related to this disease on or off. Okay. And what about in the healthcare workforce? So there are already technologies that healthcare leaders are using or planning to use to reduce the impact of workforce shortages. Yeah, because the health system may be overwhelmed or there may be brain drain, which happens in some communities. So what's desired or what is already being used by 42% of healthcare systems would be cloud-based technology to support access to information from any location, and also around 40% technology solutions that connect with out-of-hospital settings, and around 40% also critical decision support technology such as predictive analytics and artificial intelligence in the clinical settings. And so in the future, to achieve sustainable communities, we want or we desire health promoting technologies. So there should be digital transformation in healthcare. And the digital transformation in healthcare will include telemedicine, the use of big data for preventing human errors and for patient admission and for prediction of health outcomes. We should continue using the Internet of Things and through remote patient monitoring, for example, or health condition prediction, and VR or virtual reality should also be developed for better patient experience. And there's artificial intelligence for drug and vaccine research or pathology image analytics, and Alexa in your phone may even be used further uh, to help consulting patients in terms of knowing the waiting time and also or to provide medication alerts. So the role of technology in sustainable development is involving the implementation of new types of product innovations and value chain solutions to fine-tune offerings, because we already have some digital technology now, and to further engage consumers and improving performance over time. And I think this generation has seen how digital technologies have improved in the last decade. So digital health solutions have the potential to bring about great improvements in the delivery and quality of services in healthcare systems. So I am winding down on this talk. Um, so this is one of the last few messages that I would like to impart to everyone, that sustainable healthcare technologies arose from the pandemic. So systems for the faster development of tests, vaccines, and pharmaceuticals uh, were set up through intense collaboration among countries and coordination by the WHO and the Department of Health. And this should serve as our continuous example. And the use of telemedicine and other communication technologies to make health systems more responsive and productive during critical pandemic phases should be continued. And the integration of mathematical sciences in the prediction and modeling of essential elements as a valuable resource for health sector authorities and managers to make rapid and precision decisions should be acknowledged. So we have seen in the pandemic how our mathematicians have been actively involved in the response to the pandemic. So, but as an academic institution or in whatever community you belong to, if you are setting a goal for a sustainable community, there should be a roadmap. An STI roadmap is a tool for sustainability. I have presented the steps earlier, but sabi natin, celebrate milestones. And for you to identify the milestones, you should have a roadmap. Okay. So, for example, in the SDGs, there's an STI roadmap. And because we need the roadmap as the mitigation and prevention of the effects of community disruptions and other health crises depend on the preparedness of health systems and society in general. And we have seen from the COVID-19 pandemic that the world has learned that STI can and is playing a fundamental role in identifying and preventing damage and controlling the problem. So STI roadmaps are an essential tool to increase a community's ability to respond to these situations. So this is the last message that I want to impart to everyone. We build a sustainable future by being responsive and adaptive to change. So I am very happy to be with you today after 3 years of facing challenges brought about by disruption in our world. So thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dalmasio, for the informative plenary talk on striving for sustainable communities through health promoting technologies and ideas. Through Dr. Dalmasio's talk, she shared how we can strive for a sustainable community and highlighted how we can achieve these goals and agenda by working together as a community whose objective is towards the attainment of a common goal, and that is to ensure each and everyone's overall well-being. At this juncture, we would like to express our gratitude to our esteemed plenary speaker, Dr. Leslie Michelle Dalmasio, and to award the Certificate of Appreciation, we would like to request the presence of our University President, Dr. Luna, to award the Certificate of Appreciation. Dr. Howell Ho, if you are present as well, may we request Dr. Howell Ho to the virtual floor to present as well the Certificate of Appreciation to Dr. Leslie M. Dalmasio. Can we also request for our plenary speaker and our president and vice president for academic affairs to turn on their cameras during the during this awarding of the certificate? I would like to read the citation of the certificate. Trinity University of Asia presents the Certificate of Appreciation to Leslie Michelle M. Dalmasio, PhD, University of the Philippines, Manila, in recognition of your outstanding contribution as plenary speaker during the Triicon 2023 Trinity Research and Idea International Congress, with the theme Striving for Sustainable Communities Through Health Promoting Technologies and Ideas, held online via Zoom virtual platform from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. on April 26 and 27, 2023. Signed by Dr. Howell T. Ho, Vice President for Academic Affairs, Trinity University of Asia, and Dr. Gisela D. A. Luna, President of Trinity University of Asia. Congratulations, Dr. Leslie Dalmasio.
Thank you very much, Dr. Luna, Dr. Ho, and the Trinity University of Asia. The pleasure is mine.
Thank you also. Thank you for being with us. Thank you.
To document this event, may we again request our plenary speaker and our university president, as well as our vice president, to pose for a short photo opportunity. So in my count, tech team, can you please assist us in taking the photo op? Okay, so in 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Leslie Dalmasio, Dr. Luna, and Dr. Howell Hoff. To continue with the program of activities for this morning's conference, I would like to turn you over to our parallel moderators for the parallel session. Please stay put and wait for our parallel moderators.
morning. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. To begin our parallel session for today, which is I'll be the facilitator and moderator for parallel session A, with the theme Sustainable Planetary Health Diagnostics and Pharmaceuticals. So I would like to instruct everyone who are um, attending this particular session to join your respective breakout room. So please join the breakout room for parallel session A. Good day, everyone. I'd like to advise everyone to again, please join your parallel session. Parallel session A. So
in progress.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So, again, this is your parallel session A for Triicon 2023. So, our theme for today's event is for the event for the two-day event is striving for sustainable development through health, promoting technologies and ideas. So, with that, so we are now in your parallel session A. So our theme for your parallel session A is sustainable planetary health diagnostics for pharmaceuticals. So first of all, let us make sure that we are in the correct parallel session because we will be attending this session for 2 days. Mhm. So before that, and after that, please be reminded to scan the QR code for your attendance this morning. Okay, I would like to remind everyone to please scan the QR code for your attendance this morning and access the link for the session. I think to be inputted by the chat moderators. So before that, I would like to remind everyone for on the house rules for today. So this was already mentioned a while ago during the plenary session. But for today, before we begin our set of speakers, I would like to remind everyone on the house rules. So number one, the participants are required to attend no matter what profession you are in, because we are in a parallel session A. So we are the fields, the professional fields in this particular session will be pharmacy, medical technology, and biology. So regardless of that, you are required to attend all the sessions from today until tomorrow, morning, afternoon, for both days. So participants are required to attend all the sessions from April 26 to 27, whether they are attending through the Zoom platform or viewing the Triicon in the website. Triicon event in the website. Attendance links will be posted for the specific time only for every session. So now the attendance link is now up for this particular session. So the failure to attend any of the sessions will forfeit the privilege of receiving a certificate of participation. So in order to earn your certificate of participation, cannot reiterate it enough, you will have to attend all the sessions in this particular for parallel session A. So later, there will be a session with medical technology. Then tomorrow will be biology. Then yung afternoon session for tomorrow will be a synthesis of the entire event for the entire parallel session A. So that will be another plenary session tomorrow afternoon. So the evaluation will be given on April 27, 2023, right after the tomorrow afternoon's plenary session. So for you to receive a certificate of participation and to have you will have to attend all the sessions and then of course complete the evaluation at the end of the 2-day event. So the attendance to all of the sessions as well as the result of the evaluation will be the basis in the release of the certificate with CPD points that will grant you CPD points, as well as the certificate that will grant you CPD self-directed learning that you can apply for SDL. Okay, so with that, we can now, without further ado, let us begin our parallel session A, our morning session. So for today, for this morning, we have invited, the organizers have invited 3 speakers, 3 experts in the pharmaceutical industry who will deliver talks in different fields of the pharmaceutical industry. So they have their own expertise relevant to the theme of this event. So without further ado, let us begin with the introductions. So our first speaker for today, our first expert is a expert in the specializing in the pharmaceutical supply chain management and subspecializing in pharmacovigilance and public health. Next, he earned her bachelor's degree in the University of Santo Tomas. But he earned his bachelor's degree in pharmacy in University of Santo Tomas, a Master of Arts in Education, major in Administration and Supervision in Manila Central University, and a diploma in Supply Chain Management, major in Logistics Operation. His work experience involved as a supply chain management expert for DOH, for the Management Sciences for Health, a supervising health program officer for the Department of Health, a logistics and supply planning specialist for the Asian Development Bank, and a head of the Laboratory Services Office for the Manila Central University. And currently, he's working as a Philippine Country Manager / Coordinator for the United States Pharmacopeal Convention. This speaker has conducted several seminars and training programs, and he is he has been granted major achievement citations, recognitions, and awards. Namely, he is an awardee as a Tomasian Health Professional in Government Service, a plaque of appreciation as a CPD lecturer from PPHA, a certificate of appreciation as a guest of honor and speaker from Drugstore Association of the Philippines, and a certificate of appreciation as a trainer for DOH Metro Manila, and a certificate of appreciation as a guest speaker for the College of Pharmacy in Manila Central University. Without further ado, it is an honor and privilege to welcome you, our first speaker for today. Let us give a warm welcome to Mr. Hover Francisco.
Thank you very much, Sir Derek, for that wonderful introduction. And thank you very much to Trinity University of Asia for this invitation. Can you hear me clearly? Can you hear me?
Yes, po.
Okay. So I'll be sharing my screen. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So again, good morning, everyone. I'm Luber Francisco. No, I'm a registered pharmacist, and I'm currently working for the Philippines as a Philippines country manager under United States Pharmacopeal Convention. And currently, we are working in a project, namely the Promoting Quality of Medicines. No, it's a USAID funded program worldwide. So currently, I am assigned with that program here in the Philippines. We're currently would want to understand the capacity of the Philippines in terms of sustainable manufacturing of essential medicines. Now we knew from the pandemic that we had different challenges, difficulties, in supplying our own country regarding essential medicines, PPEs, COVID vaccines, COVID testing. No, that is why now currently we are aiming under USP to help understand currently the position of the Philippines and hopefully support the Philippines in sustainable manufacturing of different pharmaceuticals and diagnostic supplies. But basically, I would want to focus my discussion on the efficient public health pharmaceutical supply management process. This is the key to ensuring uninterrupted access to diagnostics and pharmaceuticals for the Filipino people. So I'm talking about Filipino people because mainly the context of the talk that I will be delivering is regards with the Philippine setup. So basically, the objectives of the seminar is to understand the key concepts of efficient pharmaceutical supply management process and understand the role of pharmacy, medical technology, and biology in ensuring access to quality medicines and diagnostics. And to guide us, no, we will be having the different topics. Why do we need to ensure access to diagnostics and pharmaceuticals? So basically, what is pharmaceutical supply chain management? I know some of you have already heard or basically read something about supply chain management, but we will be dealing further with this in our session. So what do we need to access? How many to access? How to manage those stocks, and how do we use those stocks that we need to access? So first and foremost, why ensure access? Bakit ba natin kailangan mag-access ng different pharmaceutical and diagnostics? So basically, during the plenary session earlier, as I believe you already heard, and you listened carefully to the talk, of the first speaker, she really gave us a good background and introduction. Now, why do we need to ask different pharmaceutical diagnostics na new technologies, and making sure that all of these supplies are present in our country, because we are supporting the achievement of sustainable development goals, and we would want to make sure na tayo we have a role on this, Basically, I would focus more kanina si ma'am sa SDGs, and I will be giving a background on disease burden. Why do we need still to access different pharmaceuticals and diagnostics? But first, disease burden is calculated using the disability adjusted year life, because we will be encountering the DALI measurement sa mga first point na aking discussion. And we want to really tackle about the global burden of disease. So global burden of disease is a tool that provides a comprehensive picture. So nakikita niyo na, nabasa niyo na, this is a picture of the mortality and disability across countries regarding time, age, and sex. So it quantifies health loss from hundreds of diseases, injuries, and risk factors, so that health systems can be improved and disparities eliminated. So understanding global burden of disease can help us understand what to access. Why do we need to access new technologies, new pharmaceuticals, new diagnostics? Okay. So as you see here, as I mentioned earlier, using the DALI system, here is a representation or a picture of the global burden of disease. The blue-colored diseases are non-communicable. Yung medyo orange, medyo sa mga colorblind, medyo pink or medyo red, are the communicable diseases. And of course, the green one are the injuries. But you can see here, medyo malaki pa talaga. There's a big burden of disease for these types of diseases in front of you all over the world that we need to address through different pharmaceuticals, new technologies, etc. And going down, specifically to our country, medyo malaki pa rin talaga ang burden of disease, specifically ng mga non-communicable diseases. A big part also is still in non-communicable diseases, and of course, in the ratio for the injuries. Okay, we would focus on the leading cause of death. Wait lang. Yeah. So the leading cause of death all over the world, nanguna pa rin si ischemic heart disease, stroke, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and then communicable disease like lower respiratory infections, okay, and etc. For the Philippines, okay, top 10 causes of death in the Philippines, so nandyan pa rin tayo, ischemic heart disease, lower respiratory infection, isa na dyan si TB, nandyan pa rin siya. So stroke, kidney diseases, etc. And now, why do we need to access these types of pharmaceuticals? As I've said, due to the global burden of disease. And we would want to address those global burden of disease through supply chain management. As you can see here in the picture, supply chain management in the pharmaceutical industry ay matagal na sa ibang bansa. But in our country, we're just starting to also dealt with these types of practice in pharmacy. Not just pharmacy, it's also applicable for diagnostics to medical technology, and of course, biology. No? Yan. So nakikita nyo ba yung picture, guys? Hindi ko na lang papangalanan. No? I will not mention any specific institution, no, that manages these types of stocks. Now, this picture was taken during our monitoring days, no, in the height of the vaccination program of the Department of Health. I was then a consultant under Asian Development Bank. I was a logistics and supply planning specialist for Asian Development Bank, and we supported the Department of Health in monitoring the different practices, no, of different local government units in vaccine implementation of COVID-19 vaccine implementation. But as you can see here, no, medyo may challenges. There are a lot of stocks, no, present. So they have already accessed this stuff, but basically they don't know how to manage this stuff properly. So what happened? So that is why it's very, very important for us really to understand the importance of supply management, not just the presence of these, getting the presence of these important pharmaceuticals, but really to manage also, no? Yeah. So another reason, no, we have heard a lot of news regarding expired medicines, near expiry medicine, and this is a public document. Now you can search for the Commission on Audit. If you would want to do research regarding this, now regarding supply chain management in pharmacy, in medical or in biology, there are a lot of findings of COA, in their website, specifically for DOH regarding this, a public document, and we would want to address this. Okay. Yeah. So another reason, another news. And basically, this is supply chain management. Supply chain management is dealing with the management, overall management, and overlooking different types of services. No, now we would want to make sure that from the development of the drug or the diagnostic supplies to the consumers or the end user, dapat swabe, no, dapat tuloy-tuloy yung chain. At the right time, the right quantity, the right quality, etc. So basically, we have different flow from the suppliers to the consumer, the product flow, and of course, we would want quality data, the consumer purchase information, going to the suppliers for them to manufacture enough supplies. Okay. So this is pharmaceutical management cycle in a public health context. No, how do we select? How do we procure, distribute, use? So basically, siguro sabi nyo, ay sir, kasama rin pala kami sa pagbili, sa pag-distribute, sa pag-use, management support. Of course, hindi lang tayo sa pagde-develop. Okay? Sa tamang handling, sa tamang pagbili, because we're the expert here. No? Tayo inaasahan na mag-manage well ng mga stocks na ito. Yeah. And of course, the goal of supply chain is increased customer service. We would want our patients, we would want our clients to receive the right healthcare that they deserve through providing them access to this quality pharmaceuticals and diagnostic supplies. And of course, at the most lowest cost or efficient management of funding, no, na ginagamit sa pag-acquire or pag-access ng mga ganitong klaseng supplies. Yeah. I really interjected the term efficient, no, because when we say efficient, there should be a system, no, achieving maximum productivity with minimum wasted effort or expense. Kasi, no, there can be access, there can be management, but they taken for granted na yung tamang management, yung tamang processes, no, and the delays, no, but with supply chain management kasi planning efficiency is the soul. Okay. Yeah. So supply management basically encompasses the planning and management of core activities involved in sourcing and procurement, demand and replenishment, and logistics management. Importantly, it also includes coordination and collaboration with channel partners, which can be suppliers, intermediaries, third-party service providers, and customers. Basically, the goal of supply management is pulling all of these elements. Now, so we have a role really na hindi ka lang basta gumagawa ng mga part and parcel ng mga roles sa pagmamanage ka sa logistic ka na, kay warehouse ka na, research and development. No, we can also understand the overall picture in terms of supply management. No. And we also have it here the term plant management or the manufacturing management. No, quality products at the lowest imaginable controllable cost in order to deliver volume targets. Ito yung sinasabi kanina ni ma'am ng first speaker natin sa plenary na session natin. That we would want to deliver, no, here in the Philippines, dapat no, tayo in our research na dapat dito mismo, no, we have sustainable manufacturing also. That is why we in the United States Pharmacopoeia would want to start a project supporting local manufacturers, no, na dito mismo mag-API tayo, dito mismo sa Philippines, we can manufacture essential medicines para hindi na tayo masyado mag ask ng help, no, from other countries in terms of pandemic, in terms of emergencies. We here in the Philippines could already do it, no, here in our country. So basically, when we mix supply management plus manufacturing, it's supply chain management. I'm just addressing a confusion in terms here because in the practices, no, kapag nasa industry na kayo, lagi nila na confuse yung term na supply chain management sa supply management. Kapag ikaw ay nag-deal with manufacturing, you can use the term supply chain. Pero pag wala ka namang term, wala ka namang ginagawang manufacturing sa system or sa process mo, you are just doing supply management. Yeah. So the functional scope for supply management, as I said earlier, demand and replenishment, purchasing, logistics operations, and customer service. Okay? So mabilis lang ito for demand and replenishment. Okay, so I'm using a slide from our course in Rizal, no, in supply chain management. So when we say demand and replenishment, how do we forecast demand, no? Sino ba yung mga tao, for example, na kinakailangan ng mga products natin, pharmaceuticals natin, diagnostic supplies natin. So this is understanding the whole scenario of the Philippines, no, for example. So ano ba yung pangailangan natin? That was discussed during our discussion on the global burden of disease. Ano pa yung mga kinakailangan i-produce? Ano pa yung mga kinakailangan natin ma-supply from other countries at ma-invent, ma-research and development, ma-develop ng mga tools. This is demand forecasting. So inventory management naman in terms of demand and replenishment is already managing your current stocks, no? And then the probable stocks, the possible stocks, no? And then of course replenishing what needs to be replenished sa country level, sa regional level, or even at the customer level. Okay? And logistics operations, ito lagi siguro nyo naririnig. Logistics yan, warehousing yan. But basically, logistics encompass warehousing, handling, inventory management, the physical inventory management, meaning the data management, and of course, the transportation and the delivery. We have a part in here. Mas lalo tayo sa pharmacy, no? We are practicing good storage, good warehousing practices. Sa medical technology, they are the expert, know how to handle well their products. No? Sa biology, they do the research and development in terms of the yung mga data natin in terms of sasabihin nila kung ano ba talaga yung data regarding kung tamang yung tamang pag-handle ng mga medicines, yung mga clinical data, safety data, no, ng pag-handle ng mga itong stocks. Okay, so we have a role also in logistics operations. Customer service basically is the face of the company to the customers. No, how do we manage customers' needs? No, how do we inform the manufacturing side, the plant management side, the distribution side? No, kung ano ba talaga yung hinihingi ng ating mga customer. Basically, the customer here, if you will be applying this, no, to our general context here, is the Philippine setup, no, is the Philippines generally. No, ano ba yung pangailangan ng buong Philippines in terms of pharmaceuticals, diagnostics, etc. And of course, purchasing. Sir, kasama rin pala kami sa purchasing. Of course, we are the expert on developing the specifications of our needs. No, basically purchasing is a communication process. We want to communicate what we need to the suppliers. At tayo ang nakakaalam na tayo ang expert to those types of concerns, no? The specifications, tama ba yung i-deliver nila, tama ba yung binibili natin, tama ba yung dineliver sa atin, tama ba yung pag-manage natin ng mga dineliver sa atin, etc. And of course, management responsibility, management alignment, for performance measurement systems, capability, risk management. This involves now the right people doing the right thing, no? And hopefully, no, in your decision making, kapag kayo na ay when you graduate already, no, you would also understand saan ba ako pupunta na practice ng pharmacy, na medical technology, or ng biology. Actually, personally, no, in my experience, I have dealt with a lot of, for me, no, when I was, as mentioned by Sir Derek kanina, I was the former head of the COVID-19 supply management testing, no, for the laboratory network ng Department of Health. No, we manage the laboratory testing. And ako, as a pharmacist, no, I would not have been successful in managing, no, the COVID-19 testing needs, no, of the whole country if without my partner. She's a consultant, she's a medical technologist, and meron din kami mga naging partners sa RITM ng mga medical technologists and of course biologists, no, na hindi ko ma-understand yung capability, yung performance, no, ng aking mga stocks na minamanage kung wala yung partners o experts na medical technologies, biologists, etc. in managing the supplies of COVID-19 testing, no? So that's it, no? So that is a given parameter that we have a role in this also. And of course, efficient supply management process contributes to number one, product availability. This is what we need. Na sabi ko nga, in layman's term, hopefully we can all understand Tagalog also here, no? Being one working in the public health sector for the longest time, in layman's term or in Tagalog, no? Gusto ko natin na lahat ng Pilipino ay may ginagamit at hindi kakabahan kapag sila ay may nararamdamang sakit, no? Or may nararamdamang kakaiba sa kanilang katawan, na anytime they can access service. Yung service, in terms of medicine services, sa ibang part na yun. But us, no, in the other healthcare practitioners like sa pharmacy, sa medical technology and biology, we would want products to be available, no, in delivering customer service. On-time delivery, correct delivery, delivered and damaged, and of course, correct documentation. And of course, yan, allocative and operational efficiency, the cost of goods, and control of expenses in terms of inventory management, the warehousing cost, transportation cost, admin, and other expenses. Okay. Yeah. So basically, we would also focus our talk or our session in public health pharmaceutical supply management framework. How do we select? No, how many we select? No, how do we acquire? How do we manage, and how do we use, no, all of these types of items? So what to access? If you are currently familiar, no, in different subjects that we do, no, in our different in different subject that we do sa ating course, no, we have testing and treatment guidelines. We are guided by the Formulary Committee, the National Formulary and HTA. Pharmacists are quite familiar with this, and the RA 9711. And we'll be talking briefly regarding these things. No, for us to be able, guys, to understand ano ba yung kinakailangan natin sa country in a public health perspective, we follow international guidelines, like the guidelines presented to us by the World Health Organization. And then after that, hindi lang siya basta hinuhulaan kasi, guys, na government, no? We follow different guidelines because these guidelines are research-based. Okay? Years of research has been done, no? Or siguro during pandemic, mabilis ang research ang ginagawa. And basta we always make sure we have a guidelines to follow internationally. And then we adopt it in our country. Now we implement, now we also do some operational research before we proceed with developing our own guidelines. No? Currently we have previously they termed this as different guidelines for treating, for example, tuberculosis, HIV, and then we also have diagnostics guidelines, no, in diagnostics algorithm for TB, HIV, etc. No, and then right now due to the implementation, ayan, currently pa rin pala, no, previously pa rin pala, may tinatawag na formulary kasi ang Philippines. No? Hindi ka pwedeng gumamit ng pera ng government if the medicine is not listed in the formulary. Okay, but now, due to the implementation of the Universal Healthcare Law, okay, and one of the provisions there is the health technology assessment. So dapat ng lahat ng paggagamitan ng pera ng government ay dumaan na kay HTA bago mailista sa ating formulary, no? So, but basically, during the early stages of the implementation of the Universal Healthcare Law, the HTA Council or the division was started by Department of Health, but right now it was already transferred to the Department of Science and Technology. They have the process guides, as you can see, the orange book, yan, representation lang yan, but you can download the guidelines, not the book for HTA, the methods and the process guides. I was fortunate to attend the first ever training of HTA in the Philippines by the UH and the National University of Singapore way back 2019. Bago mag-pandemic, we were trained by to do HTA when I was in USAID. So basically, after that, no, kung meron na tayong sinatawag natin kanina na clinical practice guidelines or the different guidelines as per administrative order of the Department of Health, sa public health, no? Kapag may guidelines tayo, local treatment guidelines, local diagnostic guidelines, and then na HTA na, no? Sabi na process na HTA at sinabi na HTA na recommend na the Department of Science and Technology na pwede na yung gamitin ng government natin, we still want to make sure that all of these drugs and products, no, are licensed or registered in the Food and Drug Administration. Ito yung sinasabi natin, RA 9711 or the FDA law. And inside the FDA law, dapat daw ng lahat ng gagamitin natin na drugs, drug industry, food industry, medical device, cosmetics, household urban pesticide, as you can see in the slide, no, should be verified through FDA, or at least they should be registered through FDA. There are some items that are not registrable and registrable. So we just want to make sure, kasi right now, really, makikita nyo sa TikTok, no, there are a lot of food supplements, etc., cosmetics na ang daling ibenta. But you can easily check here in the portal of the FDA if they are already registered in FDA for their, kung hindi ba talaga siya counterfeit or totoo ba siyang may monitoring, no, in our country, because that is according to the law, no? So you can easily access the FDA portal to verify yung mga stocks or medicines or pharmaceuticals or diagnostic supplies na gusto nyo ma-access. Okay? So yun yung how do we access? Ngayon naman, bibilang natin ano ba yung tamang number ng gusto natin i-access. Dalawa lang. Demand forecasting and supply planning yung ginagawa natin dyan. But basically, this needs quality data. Okay? Medyo bibilisan ko na. Tumatagal tayo. Quantification is the process of estimating quantities and cost of products required for a specific health program during a specific period. So basically, quantification is a process, activity to guys, na ginagawa ng expert like us, no, na binibilang natin para hindi sumobra at kumulang. No, dito yung ginawa namin kay COVID-19 vaccine, support na ADB. In 2022, no, in the 6 months, we supported them every day in counting, no, ano na ba yung dapat na tamang pagbilang ng COVID-19 vaccine natin. Same with my previous job also in COVID-19 testing. We do quantification almost every day because stocks are moving. We don't want any expiry, overstocking, inefficient use of funds due to poor planning and poor procurement, etc. Okay? So quantification basically involves forecasting, aalamin mo kung ilan yung dapat mabilhin. Planning, supply planning, aalamin mo kung kailan mo dapat ipa-deliver, kailan mo dapat bilhin. And of course, identifying the funds. No? This dictates kung meron ka bang perang gagamitin sa pagbili or wala. Okay? And of course, kapag wala kang planning and control, maraming consequences yan. Missed customer deliveries, loss of credibility with customers or clients, lost customers, expediting always, no, pinamamadali natin, etc. At yun na nga, nagkakaroon tayo now ng different symptoms, no, kapag inadequate planning and control, issues and expiries, near expiries, etc. If they don't listen to the advice, no, and hopefully some would listen na, no, to the our advice kapag dumami na ang mga katulad niyo na future supply, hopefully supply chain expert, no. In the private sector, where I also studied supply chain management, kaya napaka-successful ng private sector. San Miguel, mga Pascual, etc. There are my former colleagues and a professor in supply chain. Kaya sila Coca-Cola, yung basta sa private sector, because they have established really a strong supply chain entity in their corporate world or corporations, no. Kaya hindi sila masyadong nadudugi at talagang efficient to use. In the public health, we would want na ma-improve to, no, in supporting achieving SDGs also. So demand management kasama to, okay? And we would always want to prevent the bullwhip effect. Kasi kapag mali ang iyong pag-gather ng data sa manufacturing, magkakaroon din ng maling impression, maling data, ng lalaki din yung kanilang manufacturing, no? And then maraming masasayang, of course. And forecasting implication can be used for planning and decision making. Yan, sa planning, so future planning, paghahanap ng mga market, paghahanap ng mga ng funding, okay, nagagamit sa forecasting. And of course, decision making, kapag nandito na yung stocks, ano ba dapat yung mga ginagawa na kapag sobrang dami na naman ng stocks, okay, etc., kulang na ba yung stock, etc. And of course, forecasting, sinasabi na nag-forecast naman pala kayo, bakit lagi pa rin may ganyan? Forecast will always be wrong, guys. Wala namang, hindi naman tayo si God, no? Nang talagang perfect. But we can eliminate the errors in forecasting by doing forecasting every day almost, okay? And of course, forecasting versus planning. Forecast deals with what we think will happen, and planning, what should we do, okay? And eto na, yung how to access, paano na yung tamang pagbili, okay? So planning, market scanning, methods of procurement, and of course, auditing. So procurement basically is obtaining from external sources all goods and services which are necessary for running, maintaining, managing the company's primary and support activities at the most favorable conditions, okay? As mentioned earlier, basically purchasing is a communication process. We as experts in the items that we need, no, tayo dapat ang mag-communicate well niya sa ating purchasing section or department going to the suppliers, okay? And this ensures continuous supply of materials that we need, okay? The 5 R's of purchasing basically is the right price, most importantly, acquiring the right quality, the right quantity at the right time from the right source. When I say right source, ethics in procurement is very, very important. Dito na palagi nagkakaroon ng issues in ethical standards or practices. Corruption, etc. is happening in purchasing. That is why we have a big role really here na dapat right quality, the right item ang mabili, no, regardless of the of course in choosing the right source, no, because understanding the right item that you need, no, using the right pricing, understand the right pricing, no, would lead you also to the right source and preventing corruption and inefficient use of funds, okay? Kaya sabi ko nga dun sa panday, mga Senate hearing namin natin, we could easily answer all of this if you are doing the right thing. Now, good thing nung time ko, no, kasi may time ako, yung time na pandemic, may time na before me and after me. Pero hopefully, nung time na during me, nung ako yung nasa management, nung specifically sa COVID testing, walang masyadong makita or wala talaga basically, because I've been doing supply chain in the Department of Health since 2015 pa, in the TB and HIV program. Yan. So professionalizing purchasing means enhancing our abilities in this area. Negotiation ability, andyan tayo lagi, no? Purchasing research capability, supplier development, no? Sino ba dapat ang mga supplier na tinitingnan natin? Kanina, I'm really interested in the talk of the early or the first speaker dun sa mga bagong technology. I have researched new technologies like next generation sequencing, molecular na tayo dapat, no? In terms of HIV, cancer, para targeted na din talaga yung product development natin sa mga drugs, no? And I'm really interested, hoping to talk with the first speaker later, no, in this session, na ano ba dapat yung ginagawa ng mga suppliers now? Ano ba talaga yung dapat nilang ino-offer, no, sa public health and even in the private sector for us to be able to support yung SDGs natin and to address yung global burden of disease in a new manner, no? Sound purchasing strategies, vendor reliability, procurement organization and technology, systems, records, and discipline. So basically, in the context of performance in good procurement is mababa or efficiencies of funds, cost of purchases, productivity generation, vendor quality, tamang vendor lang ang ating dito, tamang vendor lang ang ating makaka-negotiate. Yan, vendor timeliness, their delivery timeliness. And of course, the objective of purchasing, access, no, in short, all of these things in the slide. And in the government, we are following the Government Procurement Reform Act, no, the RA 9184. But basically, sa private sector, they have all their procurement guidelines din naman, no? And next is the market scan. We must make sure that we know the market, we know the current suppliers, and how do we know them? Checking the FDA registration, sino ba may LTO, etc. You can never go wrong kapag check mo muna lahat ng may licenses, no? Here in the Philippines. Yeah, so they have different types of bidding, procurement. Competitive bidding is applicable both for government and private sector na dapat binibidding. And we do this in a certain threshold of budget. Kapag medyo malaking budget, binibid talaga natin yan. But there are other methods of procurement like limited source bidding, direct contracting, debit order, shopping, negotiated, or procurement na talagang emergency na case, no? And during the pandemic, we resolved to emergency case, negotiated procurement na. Bihira na tayo bidding ng time na yun. Lagi tayong yung sinatawag nila na nagbabawal daw, no, na issue regarding PSTBM. Actually, it's in the law. It's agency to agency, no? It's in the procurement law. But basically, they scrutinize what's in the between the contract, no? But hindi na kami doon kasi hindi naman kasi procurement ng DOH. We are the end user at the time. So basically, we just follow them, no, agency to agency, and we resolve the emergency procurement or negotiated procurement during that time. But basically, kapag hindi sa public health, pag hindi naka-declare ang state of emergency, naka-default tayo sa competitive bidding. Okay? Kaya mahalaga pa rin, so sabi siguro niya, sir, bakit kaya na mahalaga na nagde-declare ng state of emergency, etc. Because that applies to different laws, of course, sa ating countries. And then, of course, sa public health, we follow commission and audit. And fortunately, during my time, and every time since 2015, no, we have never received any negative or negative audit findings, no, from a commission and audit. And in the private sector, same lang din naman dapat, no, audit is there, so you just make sure that you follow all the procurement processes of your company para talaga no negative findings. Yeah. And of course, logistics operations. Ito yung manager ko sa akin supply management course, no, in LaSalle, additional diploma course. Because I would want to be expert in managing all of those stuffs, no? So logistics operations, warehousing, and inventory management. So basically, logistics is moving the things, no, in your capacity. So logistics is process of planning and implementing, controlling the efficient, cost-effective flow and storage of raw materials, putting raw materials in process inventory, or even the finished goods. And information inside the logistics process is very, very important, no? So the objective of logistics is to move material products at the lowest possible cost, efficiently, improve productivity measures, and eliminate inefficiencies in the pipeline. Okay, so warehouse, guys, in short term, no, using this slide, is in Tagalog, no, warehouse should not be something that you store a product for a long period of time, but in a short period of time only, because as I've mentioned earlier, warehousing, supply chain management, the soul of that is planning, no? dapat dinadaanan lang si warehouse. So, tama naman yung Department of Budget and Management na hindi natin kailangan mag-manufacture or mag-establish ng malaking warehouse because we should be doing perfect planning na kapag binili mo, ipapadaan mo lang for a short period of time ang stocks at gagamitin na kagad. Hindi ka dapat mag-stocks na matagal, no? So the old concept of a warehouse, it's an expense item, non-value adding activity, etc. But now it's not simply just for storage. No, we as pharmacists, medical technologists, and biologists, no, we understand why warehousing is very very important. That is to maintain the quality, no, of the stuff that we want to access. No, so reasons for having a warehouse, like I mentioned earlier, dinadaanan to dapat para ma-maintain yung quality ng ating stocks. Okay? And we have different types of inventory to also address the misconception of inventory. Now, inventory is not just pagbibilang. Ay, inventaryo namin ngayon. Hindi lang to pagbibilang. Inventory is physical assets. So we have a lot of types of inventory also, no? And we manage inventory. Ito yung mga different inventories natin. May mga fluctuating inventories, yung mga hindi mo ma-predict kung slow moving, fast moving. We have anticipation inventories, lot size inventories, transportation inventories, production in process, and finished good inventories. These are the physical assets that we have, not just counting. Okay? And why we would want to maintain inventory? Of course, para available palagi yung stocks natin at hindi tayo mauubusan, no, at any period of time. And of course, how do we use, no? How do we use our stocks, no? May it be pharmaceuticals, may it be diagnostic supplies, no? Through customer service and pharmacovigilance and antimicrobial resistance monitoring. Now, customer service, as I mentioned earlier, is the face of the company to the clients. Now, this is meeting the expectation of our customers, of our clients. Now, in the healthcare industry, our patients, our clients that access our products, no, they're our customers, and we would want them to give their a promise of care, not to our customers. And that is why it's very, very also important to understand customer service. Hindi ka lang basta nag-research and develop, hindi ka lang basta nag-manage ng stocks mo, but basically you understand the needs, no, of your customers. And kaya nga nag-research and development, ano ba pangangailangan ng customers ko and meeting their expectation. And eventually giving them right now their needs, no? And overall, this we have a quantification in customer service known as customer experience. The overall customer experience is meeting all over the services, the product, service plus product, customer experience. Okay? Yeah. So overall, hindi lang tayo availability, no? Kapag even us, no? Kapag siguro nag-Shopee, nag-Lazada, TikTok Shop, no? Availability is important. But after natin i-access, 'di ba? Yung different platforms, no? Check natin na ngayon kung ano ba yung review. We check for quality through the reviews. And of course, kapag ginamit na natin, we evaluate for the efficiency. Now, the service of the supplier, and of course, the reliability of the product that we acquire. No, so this is the overall experience. And pharmacovigilance is not just applicable to pharmacies, to pharmacy. No, of course, isa sa mga pinag-workan ko sa diagnostics company, pharmacovigilance, no, in making sure that all of the diagnostics stocks, the diagnostics equipment, ay really nagbibigay ng tamang result, no? But basically, pharmacovigilance is the science of activities related to the detection, assessment, understanding, and prevention of adverse effects or any other medicine, vaccine-related problem. Dati naka-focus ng pharmacovigilance with adverse drug effect, no? Ayan, isa yan ng mga nag-trigger ng pharmacovigilance knowledge dito sa world natin. Yung sa, alam ng mga pharmacists yan, yung pumilya, no? And isang klase ng gamot sa United States, no? But basically, kaya natin in-understand during, before, during, and the use of the use already of this pharmaceutical diagnosis, because basically, no drug is inherently safe. Each patient is unique. This is applicable because sabi, so in a clinical trial naman, but in clinical trial data is very, very limited. kapag pumunta ka na sa real life situation, no? Hindi ka na nakalimit sa type of population, sa number of patient, etc. Millions na, no, yung respondent, no? Kaya that's why pharmacovigilance after or post-marketing, no, post-marketing surveillance very, very important, no? Yeah. Sabi natin, pharmacovigilance is very important to humanitarian concerns. We also address economic burden to society, promotion of rational use, ensuring public confidence, and regulatory enforcement. Okay? And of course, ito yung pinakamahalaga sa atin ngayon, antimicrobial resistance. So, sabi natin, ay paggamit lang ng antibiotic na yung mga 70 days. No. Antimicrobial resistance is most importantly with regards to the data that we acquire, no, currently would also dictate now the new technologies that we need to develop. Specifically, for example, as mentioned earlier by ma'am, no, dapat targeted na because ang dami ng AMR. For example, sa HIV, marami na antimicrobial resistance sa HIV. So, doon pa rin ba tayo sa pag-check lang ng positive or negative ka sa HIV? O pupunta ka na ngayon sa genomic sequencing? Ano ba yung mga gamot na hindi natatalab sa aking HIV? No? And next generation sequencing system na is available now in other countries. But now we are currently slowly introducing it in the Philippines. And that's why it's very, very important nga na pag-aralan din natin to today, no, in our session. Yeah, so basically we all have a role in supply chain management. May it be pharmacy, medical technology, or biology, we have a role in product selection. As mentioned earlier, tayo ang expert dito. Tayo ang nagde-develop, no? In quantification, we should always know when to deliver, ilan ba dapat yung pipili, tamang plan. Okay, procurement, because we're the expert in the specifications, in dealing with the right suppliers, logistics management, and rations. So quick recap, access, address, disease burden. Private sector, public sector supply management who serves the interest of the public. Efficiencies, default for supply management process, and we all have roles to play. And ending this session with me, I'm leaving you this quote by Benjamin Franklin. By failing to prepare, you are preparing to fail. So hopefully you have a glimpse of how important supply management in terms of your capability soon as pharmacists, medical technologies, biologists, in of course dealing also with different types of research, no, in achieving sustainable access to pharmaceutical and diagnostics, addressing and achieving SDGs, addressing global burden of disease. Thank you very much. Sir Derek?
Hello, good morning. Okay, thank you so much, Sir Hover, for that insightful, educational discussion revolving around the important aspects of pharmaceutical supply chain management. And of course, a few insights into pharmacovigilance as well, and AMR. And of course, for bringing it all around to make it relevant for all professionals that are joining us today. So again, thank you for that talk regarding the public title, efficient public health supply chain management, a key to ensuring uninterrupted access to diagnostics and pharmaceuticals for the Filipino people. So thank you for that. That was a very insightful lecture regarding the amount of logistics, operational planning, forecasting when it comes to all the moving parts of supply chain management. On a personal note as well, Sir Hover, I don't know if you remember me, but during my coursework in PWU, you were one of my professors. So it's really nice to see you again, sir. So with that, please remain with us, Sir Hover, for the presentation of certificates later, and of course the Q&A, because right now they're sending their questions, and we would like to hear more from you. Thank you so much, sir. It's an honor, sir. Okay, sir. So with that, before we proceed, so I would like to remind everyone who is with us here in Zoom to please answer your attendance. So the attendance links will be sent up until 10:30 a.m. So please access them now and um, of course register your attendance for this parallel session. So up until 10:30 a.m. So please answer them now and feel free to send your questions to our chat moderators. Thank you so much. And with that, we can now proceed with our next speaker. Our next speaker for today's session. Okay, for the session this morning, our next speaker will discuss her topic is titled "The Role of Pharmaceutical Industry in Overall Healthcare." So, to introduce her, she graduated in University of Santo Tomas, earning a degree in Bachelor of Science in Medical Technology, and she has work experience as a marketing director for ethical brands in cardio drugs, respiratory drugs, onco drugs, anti-infective drugs for AstraZeneca Pharmaceuticals, and a business unit director, marketing director, business development director for Plenary in the Philippines. Currently, she is the marketing, business development, and market access director for, again, Plenary in the Philippines, in which she leads the marketing team in developing go-to-market strategies to drive demand for products within an assigned portfolio of drugs: cardio, metabolic drugs, dermatologic drugs, and aesthetic drugs, as well as forecasting and managing of resources and directing market research efforts. So it is my privilege to welcome you. Let us give a warm welcome to Ms. Jocelyn Lourdes Coronel. Again, Miss Jocelyn Coronel. So feel free to take the virtual floor and begin your discussion, ma'am.
Good morning to everyone, and first of all, congratulations to Trinity University of Asia on its 60th founding anniversary. Allow me to also thank Dr. Antonia Capili and my beloved class advisor back in fourth year high school, Mrs. Grace Sarao. So thank you so much for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to be part of this event. The topic that I'll be presenting and discussing with you this morning is the role of the pharmaceutical industry in overall healthcare. I've been in the industry for 32 years now and still counting. And my first job was actually as a medical representative assigned at St. Luke's Medical Center in Quezon City, and as well as in nearby hospitals, before I moved to marketing and later on expanding to market access and business development. So this is now going to be the outline of my presentation. So first, I'll just give a brief introduction of the pharmaceutical industry here in the Philippines. And the most important question that we need to answer is, why is the pharmaceutical industry so important? I'll also give a brief or a snapshot of the product development process, drug distribution channel, as well as how the pharma industry engage with the healthcare professionals, particularly the doctors. By the definition of healthcare and giving you a snapshot of what the pharma industry does, you can already see the connection between these two. So today, pharmaceuticals have become an integral part of healthcare system around the globe. Historically, pharmaceuticals have played a vital role in human development by improving the quality of life. And this can be attributed to the innovative pharmaceutical industry that almost all epidemics and chronic diseases are curable today. Presently, the pharmaceutical industry is considered to be one of the largest and rapidly growing global industries. Though despite its achievement, it's really a sad reality that every year millions of people still die across the world, and mostly coming from developing countries, due to unavailability and inaccessibility of necessary medicines. According to WHO, on the average, 30% of the world population lacks access to life-saving medicines, whereas in some countries, like in Asia and Africa, the number may be as high as 50%. The share of medicines in out-of-pocket health payments is ranging between 40 to 60% in these countries, like in the Philippines, which is mostly out-of-pocket. Consequently, medicines are neither available nor accessible to a large fraction of population, and hundreds and thousands of people die of preventable and treatable diseases. So just before I go in depth in discussing with you the role of the pharmaceutical industry in overall healthcare, allow me to give you a quick overview of the pharmaceutical business in the Philippines. In 2022, the total value of the pharma industry reached 242 billion pesos and grew 5.2%. So this is divided into two segments, namely the ethical and the proprietary. So the ethical products are those products that are being prescribed by the doctors, while as for the proprietary, these are more of the over-the-counter products such as Biogesic, Solmiox, and Tusiran. So these are the products which are usually advertised in the television, in radios, as well as in social media. So what I would just like to highlight as well is the recovery of the business in 2022. As you can see, during the pandemic, there's been a decline of around 4%, and mostly attributed to the slowdown of the ethical business in favor of the proprietary, wherein during the pandemic, patients tend to self-medicate, and then it grew in 2021 and grew further in 2022. In terms of license type, pharmaceutical products are classified into three categories, namely the originator or the innovator, the branded non-originator or the generic or the branded generic, as well as the unbranded generic. So an innovator originator drug means a new chemical entity containing a specific active ingredient which has received a patent on its chemical formulation or manufacturing process, obtains approval from a regulatory authority after extensive testing, and is sold under a brand name. A branded generic drug is made of the same ingredient as its innovator drug marketed under a specific brand name, whereas an unbranded generic drug only carries the name of the specific molecule and the manufacturer's name. And among these three, the branded generic is the one dominating the business at 66%, and in volume, it's around 80%. On this slide, you will see the different drug classes under the ethical and the OTC segments. Under the ethical category, you will see that anti-diabetes drugs are the ones leading, which is actually aligned to the growing incidence of type 2 diabetes mellitus in the Philippines. Number 2 are the anti-infectives or the antibiotics, and number 4 is the anti-neoplastic or the anti-cancer drugs. Actually, 5 out of 10 of the leading drug classes are for cardiovascular conditions, and these are the ARBs, anti-cholesterol agents, antithrombotics, the calcium channel blockers, and other cardiac therapies. Now, under the OTC category, vitamins and general nutrients are the leading drug classes, and they grew especially during the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. And this is followed by cough and cold preparations, as well as analgesics. So now we go to the more important question. Why are pharmaceutical companies so important? So as I've mentioned earlier, the pharmaceutical industry discovers, develops, produces, and markets drugs or pharmaceutical products for use as medications to be administered to patients with the aim to cure, alleviate symptoms, and improve the quality of life of patients. So with the pharmaceutical advancements, life expectancy has significantly increased. Pharmaceutical advancements accounted for 73% of the total increase in life expectancy between 2000 and 2009 and across 30 developing and high-income countries. Pharmaceutical innovation has not just benefited richer nations, but even developing countries have also been positively impacted. In 1900, global expectancy was just 32 years, and it has more than doubled, and today the average life expectancy stands at 72 years. Japan and Hong Kong have the highest average life expectancy, with people living to 85 years old on the average. Now, what about in the Philippines? Based on the data from the United Nations, the life expectancy in the Philippines is increasing at a rate of 0.18% annually, from 71.28 years in 2020, moving up to 71.53 years in 2022. And this year, life expectancy is estimated at 71.66 years. So the pharma industry strives to eradicate and eliminate diseases. When you say eradication, it means that intervention measures are no longer required because the agent which previously caused the disease is no longer present. Eradication is extremely hard to achieve as it requires vaccination and, of course, true global effort. To date, the WHO has declared smallpox as the first human disease to be eradicated on a worldwide scale. On the table, you will see some diseases that are almost eradicated, such as measles, rubella, polio, guinea worm, and lymphatic filariasis or elephantiasis. Now, pharma was able to produce a good number of vaccines. And by preventing diseases, vaccines not only help to save millions of lives, but they help save money. And vaccines are widely accepted as a cost-effective public health intervention, reducing healthcare spending and prevent productivity loss, curbing the wider impact on the economy. And speaking of elimination of diseases, WHO's strategic direction is to eliminate hepatitis by 2030. And this is by driving disease awareness in order to promote early screening, early diagnosis, and likewise vaccination. So in support of WHO's aspiration to eliminate hepatitis B by 2030, a Republic Act was signed back in 2011, and this act provides for mandatory basic immunization services for infants and children, and this includes hepatitis B vaccine. So the mandatory basic immunization shall be given for free at any government hospital or healthcare centers to infants and children up to 5 years of age. Although many pharmaceutical drugs may directly cure conditions, they can also be used to manage pain symptoms or side effects of other treatments, and thus helping to relieve discomfort. A study by the WHO showed that individuals who live with persistent pain are 4 times more likely to suffer from depression and anxiety, and twice more likely to have difficulty working than those who do not suffer with pain. And so, by providing treatments to manage pain, symptoms, and side effects, pharmaceutical companies can improve patients' quality of life, allowing them the freedom to live healthier and more fulfilled lives. With pharmaceutical innovation and advancement, hospital stays are now made shorter. 50 years ago in the US, the average hospital stay was around 8 days. With innovation and greater access to medicines, hospital stay stands at just 4 to 5 days. With patients being able to be discharged quicker, this has reduced pressure on the healthcare system and healthcare workers. Many conditions that would have probably required invasive treatments and operations can now be treated with medicines. So one example that I can give is in the case of propofol. Well, propofol is an intravenous anesthetic, and the main feature of this product is that it has a very fast onset and a very short half-life, and so therefore it gets eliminated quicker from the body. And the benefit is that it allows fast recovery of patients from the anesthetic effect, as well as it has reduced incidence of post-operative nausea and vomiting. In fact, in the American Journal of Emergency Medicine, they have this published data on propofol for sedation, how it can shorten the duration of emergency department stay in joint reductions. So the conclusion was that propofol is a safe sedative with few complications and higher successful rates when applied in joint reductions. So it can also shorten the duration of emergency department stay. So apart from the positive impact of the pharmaceutical advancement in managing various disease conditions, another important contribution of the pharma industry is providing employment for millions of people. In the US alone, the biopharmaceutical industry employs about 800,000 professionals who work across a range of areas, including scientific research, technical support, and manufacturing. It is estimated that in the US, the industry directly and indirectly supports around 4.7 million jobs. In the Philippines, pharmaceutical companies, distributors, and retailers employ more than 60,000 Filipinos and support close to 100 other industries in the country. And with all the advancements and employment it provides, the pharmaceutical companies boost the global economy. By driving medical progress through research, developing and bringing new medicines that improve quality of life for patients around the world, the pharma industry is a key asset to global economy. The Philippine pharmaceutical industry is emerging as one of ASEAN's potentially attractive markets due to its growing population, financial prospects, government initiatives, increasing acceptance of generic medicines, improving patient access and care, and disease prevention and management programs. And so the Philippine pharma industry injects around 146 billion pesos in economic output every year. And so those that I have mentioned are the important contribution of the industry in the overall healthcare and the community as a whole. Now let's move to another important and relevant topic, which is the process of drug development. So the process of drug development takes about 10 years from preclinical evaluation up to the time a product is launched. With the complexity of diseases becoming more apparent, it's becoming increasingly expensive to develop new treatments. Actually, on the average, top pharma companies spend around 17% of its revenues on research and development, making the pharma industry one of the biggest investors in this area. So drug development is basically divided into two phases. One would be the preclinical stage, and the second one would be the clinical studies. So for preclinical, the drug is first being tested among animals, whereas for the clinical studies, these are already humans or actual patients. So phase one, these are small studies involving healthy volunteers to assess the safety and tolerability of the drug, its metabolism, and of course, the mode of action in humans. Under phase two, tests are designed to determine under controlled conditions whether or not a drug has therapeutic benefit or is effective with individuals having the target disease and document eventual short-term side effects and risk associated with the drug. Under phase 3, these are already larger studies to gain confirmatory efficacy and safety data in broad-based patients. So the expanded studies generally include hundreds of site locations and involve thousands of patients. For phase 4, at this point, the drug is already being commercialized. So basically, the tests are conducted after marketing to obtain additional data regarding the product's safety and efficacy over the life of the drug. So at this point, the pharmaceutical drug is already in the market and generating revenue during this period. So just to note that currently there are around 4,200 pending drug applications in Philippine FDA. So these are already a mix of new drug registrations, innovator products, as well as generic drug registrations. Now, what about pharmaceutical distribution channel? Now, this simple diagram shows you the value chain in the pharmaceutical industry. First, it starts with the production of the API or the active pharmaceutical ingredient. And once you have already the finished product or the finished formulation, it goes through the distribution channel and goes through retail and dispensed to the patients. And to give you more detail, this is the pharmaceutical distribution channel, starting off with the supplier of the active ingredient, going into the manufacturer for the production, up until you have the finished formulation. In some cases, it will be repackaged, like in the case of the Philippines, wherein you have the requirement for a generic label. And once it's done, then it goes, who in turn sells the product to the pharmacy or the drugstores or the different hospitals. In the case in the Philippines, we have different channels for which drugs are being dispensed to patients through chain drugstores. We have the hospital pharmacies, the independent drugstores, as well as there are also companies who have their own pharmacies. We have the industrial companies such as PLDT, San Miguel, and there are also doctors who are dispensing products, specifically vaccines. And so through this channel, products are being dispensed to the patients who take them as prescribed. Now, on to the last but equally important topic is the pharmaceutical industry touchpoints with the healthcare professionals, specifically with the doctors. Now, why is this important? So doctors would have to be made aware of the features and benefits of the different pharmaceutical products as supported by clinical data. This can be done through direct engagements and discussions with the healthcare professionals. So on this slide, it shows you the different types of engagements that we in the pharma industry normally conduct with the doctors or the healthcare professionals. And most important touch point is through the medical representatives, which for most companies account for 70% of its employees. They are the ones who go and visit the doctors regularly in the clinic to do product detailing. So when you say product detailing, they discuss with the doctors the features and the benefits of the products and even possible effects that patients can expect from using the product. Now, other modes of engagement would be through continuing medical education, such as roundtable discussions wherein we gather doctors, 10 to 15, and then we get to invite speakers to talk about treatment updates as well as the clinical data of a certain pharmaceutical product. Other touch points would be through scientific webinars, and this became very popular, especially during the height of the pandemic, wherein doctors are not really keen on having face-to-face engagements. And likewise, participation in medical society conventions, wherein we get to conduct and implement scientific symposia. Another mode of engagement or touch point would be through emailers, and likewise having our own websites and even via remote detailing or what we call the instant messaging through calls and even through Viber messages. So all of these engagements, programs, and initiatives are being implemented to ensure that doctors are fully aware of the features and benefits of the different medications, and they would know which drugs their patients would benefit from. For after all, the aim of both the pharma industry and the HCPs is to invigorate the lives of patients. In closing, pharmaceutical companies play a vital role in helping patients and communities. They provide more than potential cures and life-saving treatments. They also create fulfilling jobs and fuel the global economy. Looking ahead, the industry will continue to firmly establish its importance in the world by creating more exciting and groundbreaking treatments. And so with that, thank you to everyone. And again, a pleasant morning to all.
Okay, thank you so much, Ma'am Coronel, um, for that talk. So unfortunately, she was not able to be with us, to be among us for today. But her talk remained um, insightful, informative, and of course relevant, right, to the overall theme of our event today regarding the role of the pharmaceutical industry in the healthcare of a community. So to keep things moving, we will now proceed with our next speaker. So our next speaker is whose talk title is titled um, "Environ the Environment, Pharmaceutical Industry, and Sustainability." So our next speaker is a professor. So she is a professor. Dr. Judilyn Sulidim is a professor, and first she graduated in the University of the Philippines, Manila, earned her BS Pharmacy, and earned her BS Pharmacy degree, and a master's degree in pharmacology in UP Manila as well, College of Medicine, and a PhD in environmental science in UP Los Baños. She is a professional, a pharmacy professional in the academe for more than 30 years, working, climbing the ranks from instructor 1 to professor 8 in the University of Philippines, Manila. Her main topics of specialization are pharmacology, and environmental science as a result of her education, and she subspecializes in forensic toxicology. So with that, she also is a member of she holds several positions, significant positions, both local and international, in other professional organizations, namely the Philippine Pharmacists Association and the Philippine Association of the Colleges of Pharmacy as a member, and a global hub leader and PPAC board member in the Federation Internationale Pharmaceutique, okay, an international organization, a president of the United Federation of Film Educators, local chapter, and a vice president for the Association of Higher Education Multidisciplinary Researchers Incorporated. She is a vice president in the local chapter as well. Her major achievements, citations, recognitions, and awards includes the following: a DOST, National Research Council of the Philippines Achievement Award in 2014, a Distinguished Alumna in Research Award awarded by the UP Manila College of Pharmacy, an International Publication Award awarded by the University of the Philippines, an Ulirang Guro Award, and Outstanding Leadership Award for the United Federation of Film, awarded by the United Federation of Film Educators, and another one for as an Empowered Innovative Woman of 2021, awarded by the Asia Pacific Association Educators Training Institute. It is an honor and privilege to welcome you, our next speaker, Ms. Dr. Judilyn Solidu.
An awesome day, everyone. I would like to thank you for inviting me to share whatever little I can. Know that I feel blessed because I can serve you in my own small way. So let me share my screen with you. There. Okay. So I have dubbed my short talk as the environment, pharmaceutical industry, and sustainability. Now, what do I wish to share with you for today? Okay, what do I wish to say? And what do I desire to make you understand? Well, I have 5 things in my list. Okay, the first one would be the meaning of sustainability revisited. The second would be the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals, or the SDGs, and its importance. And well, this would be more of a review for us. And then the third third one would be entry of pollutants in the air, the soil, the water, and how medicines enter the environment, reiterated. The fourth one will be climate change and its relationship to pharmaceutical industry. And the last one would be how the pharmaceutical industry works hard to achieve sustainability. All right. So just for you to know, I am both an environmental scientist and a pharmacist, but I am not an expert in this area. Know, however, that I am a staunch advocate as far as the concept of sustainability would be concerned. Right. So let us review the meaning of sustainability. Now, according to UCLA or University of California, Los Angeles, USA, UCLA Sustainability Committee, okay, they said that sustainability actually is the integration of environmental health, social equity, and economic vitality in order to create thriving, healthy, diverse, and resilient communities for this generation and generations to come. The practice of sustainability recognizes how these issues are interconnected and require a systems approach and an acknowledgement of complexity. The United Nations World Commission on Environment and Development define sustainable development this way. Now, sustainable development, they said, is a development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Now, both definitions of sustainability and sustainable development came from UCLA in 2022. Now, that is exactly the reason why we abhor dynamite fishing. We don't like dynamite fishing, okay? Because it kills even the fingerling. So what will happen to the population of the fish? Okay, it will be unsustainable. Okay, or that we do not like illegal logging. Why? Because illegal logging actually harvests even the youngest of the trees without even having the mere conscience of replacing what we taken. Okay. Okay, for so much for the sustainability and sustainable development definitions. Let us move on into the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Let us try to reiterate what these are. Okay, so let us try to review this. According to UNESCO in 2021, and this is more of a historical account in nature, heads of state and government, senior UN officials, and representatives of civil society gathered in September of 2015 as part of the 70th session of the UN General Assembly and have adopted the Sustainable Development Goals or SDGs. Now, this form a program of sustainable, universal, and ambitious development, a program of the people, by the people, and for the people, okay, conceived with the active participation of UNESCO. That's according to UNESCO in 2021. Now, there are 17, as what we have been mentioning even early on. There are 17 sustainable development goals, which are equally important for the progress of the globe, and when we talk about the globe, that includes all of us. So in essence, we really have to be part. We really have to be able to respond to, well, if not all of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, well, parts of the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. Okay. So as I've flashed in front of you, you have here the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, and please read through through it with me. Okay. So as a nation first, then as a globe, we must achieve sustainability. Okay. Now the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals are there to guide us in that particular objective. Everyone would go, I think, for the eradication of hunger and poverty, and that's SDGs 1 and 2. Now, who would want actually to be poor and starving anyway? That's the very basic in nature. We would all want good health also and well-being. That's SDG 3. Okay, so which our works as pharmacists and allied health professions and physicians would often be related to, not just often, it is really related to that. Okay. Now, quality education, that's SDG4, educators across all professions, okay, would be included in here when we do information dissemination, when we teach our students, when we make use of evidence-based lectures, then we are actually improving quality of education. When we try to improve the curriculum, we make it more responsive to the needs of the industry. That's good. That's quality education, and we're responding to SDG 4. Okay. Now, gender equality and reduced inequality, that's SDGs 5 and 10. These are reasons why we have gender and development committees in our respective universities, organizations, local government units, and national agencies. Then comes clean water and sanitation, that's SDG 6. Basically, well, that's under the function of agencies related to environment. But of course, they cannot fully be able to achieve their goals in cleaning the water and improving sanitation if we will not be helping them, the public, if we will not be giving them our aid. Okay, they need us in this particular um, goal or work. Okay, so and not just us, even the different industries, and that will include the pharma industry, which is our topic, which is my topic for today, and all professions at that. Okay, then you have affordable clean energy, SDG 7, mainly from our energy agencies. But research contributions will help big deal. Okay, it will help. It will really, really help big time if we will be sharing whatever primary data we have in relation to this energy. Well, not just for energy, but for any field at that. Okay, it really helps. Okay, so these researches are very much welcome in all sectors, okay, that we are working on for sustainability. We clamor for decent work and economic growth, that's SDG 8, because this will help answer SDGs 1 and 2 and other SDGs as well, since that will sustain our families, the Filipino nation, and all nations at that. Okay, so we shall all also benefit from improved industry, infrastructure, continuous innovations, that's SDG 9, and responsible consumption and production for SDG 12. Now, when we take care of the environment, we also act against climate change, which is SDG 13, and protect life below water and on land, that's SDGs 14 and 15, all of which will help sustain us, our cities, and our communities, making SDG 11 the outcome of all of this. Now, with peace, justice, and strong institutions, SDG 16, and partnerships for the goals, SDG 17, we can move forward in a sustainable stance. Well, that basically made really the last two SDGs some form of additional strategy to achieve holistic sustainability. Now, hold on to these 17 sustainable development goals as we shall try to relate some of them to our topic for today at the end. Okay, right. Okay. So according to the pharmaceutical technology, the essential magazine for the pharmaceutical industry in its article last February 19, 2021, environmental sustainability was voted as the area that needs to be addressed the most by the pharmaceutical industry, followed by social sustainability, and lastly, sustainability in governance. Now, since the last two, social sustainability and sustainability in governance, were already tackled, I believe, by the first two speakers, allow me to continue zeroing in on environmental sustainability. Now, the top two, the top two identified most pressing environmental issues were second one would be the second in rank would be pollutants, and the first one will be climate change. Okay, now we shall be discussing from the bottom going to the top. Okay, the pollution comes second, as I've mentioned, and we will be studying on that particular topic. And I shall share how the pollution in general affects the environment, as well as how drugs enter into it, and some initiatives that were done to lessen pollution, okay, in the pharmaceutical industry. Then we shall talk about climate change, the first one, the top uh, the top one that causes environmental issues. Okay, as far as sustainability of farming industry will be concerned, okay, we should talk about climate change and the suggestions and how the pharma industry may help alleviate challenges related to it. So let's start talking about this thing. Right. So you have in front of you a figure, okay? And this will show how pollutants enter the environment. Now, let us always refer to this slide, okay, as I discuss it a little. This slide actually will show us how emitted pollutants get into the environment. Okay. Now, these pollutants may fall by gravity from where it this were emitted, okay, or a few yards from where this were released, okay, and we normally call this as dry deposition. But it may also be carried by rain, okay, to other areas, which we call as wet deposition. Now, no matter how the pollutant travels, still they travel. Okay. Now, these pollutants go to mountains, hills, valleys, and plains. They seep through the soil where plants thrive and are carried to the bodies of the plants. Now, these pollutants may then be part of the food and the water that are taken in by animals. The pollutants run off to the water bodies or directly falls into it. The aquatic life then absorbs these pollutants and accumulate in their biosystems. Man, tayo yun, that will be us, eat plants and animals, including aquatic life. So whatever pollutants we have in the environment, it also returns back to us. Okay, right. Now, to emphasize the realities related to pollutants emitted to the environment, allow me to read to you excerpts from the work of Hack and Shuvela in 2008 for the project Climate and Clean Air in Developing Countries. He stated that pollutants are transboundary, seamless, and affects other areas apart from its source. Now, thanks to the advances in monitoring and modeling techniques. Now we can clearly see how these movements happen and how it can cause harm in different parts of the world. And it will also give us ideas of how we can actually resolve the issue, okay? Knowing its path now. These are common pollutants, okay, with potential for regional and intercontinental transport. So we have fine particles, we have acidifying substances like our SO2s and our NOx's, then we have our O3 or ozone and its precursors like your volatile organic compounds and NOx's, and we also have heavy metals like mercury, and then we have POPs, okay, persistent organic pollutants. Now, the amounts of pollutants are dependent on processes like the intensity of the local source emissions, the atmospheric capacity to dilute the emission, the natural removal processes, the physical and chemical transformation of pollutants, and the amount transported from upwind regions. Okay. Hackensvilla in 2008 quoted Nordstrom et al. In 1998, as early as 1998, stating that atmospheric, oceanic, and ice transport are, as well as ecological factors, all contribute to the high concentrations of pollutant PCBs, polychlorinated biphenyls, found in polar bears. Now, high concentrations of 16 polychlorinated biphenyl congeners rather, sigma PCB, as well as other chlorinated compounds were found in bears from Svalbard, East Greenland, and the Arctic Ocean near Prince Patrick Island in Canada. The concentrations of PCBs in bears in these areas were significantly higher than most other areas. In 2005, USA Today, okay, um, well, that's coming still from the write-up of Hackens Vela in 2008. They mentioned, USA Today in 2005 mentioned that dust from Sahara brings high particulate matter events in Europe and even reaches Central and South America on a regular basis. And it sometimes reaches the state of Florida. Now, the Great Lakes in far north and north central Ontario are reached by smoke from Central America and southern Mexican forest fires. We are aware, I am sure, that when a place is really polluted, okay, there will be more human activities. And those activities that cause emissions may also be transported over large distances. For instance, the west coast of the USA in summer of 2004 was reached by the air pollution from Asia, and it has ozone and fine particles in it. Still on the report of Zvela in 2008, he found an interesting account of the USAR in 2004, stating that the yellow dust from Gobi Desert in China and Mongolia has been reported to affect levels of particulate matters in other parts of China, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Korea, Japan, and even North America. So you can see here, no, that pollutants contaminate not just the area where it was emitted. It travels. It has transboundary activity. It is seamless in nature. So we should really be very careful of what we pollute the environment, or be very careful not to pollute the environment or lessen the pollution that we are giving to the environment. Okay? Now, what Hack and Vela has written 2008 is interesting, but it will take much of our time if we continue listing all of these pollutants emitted in the atmosphere, traversing different parts of the world. Okay? That's the reason why I have a world map in there. Okay, because pollutants really go from one area to the other because it's transboundary, it's seamless. He, however, took the study of Lin et al. In 2007, stating that models, okay, are important so we can actually trace the path of the pollutants. It may show pollution plumes flowing out from megacities in Asia and spreading to downward locations. A number of source regions in Asia are intensive sources of these pollutants. This would include acidic substances emitted in large amounts, like the SO2s and NOx's. There are also the VOCs, or the volatile organic compounds, the particulate matters, and carbon monoxide. The regional monsoon phenomenon enhances the long-range transport of air pollution. If only the long-range transport will be understood, it will definitely aid in formulating optimal air pollution abatement strategies on a regional or national scale. Okay, that's looking into the general picture of how pollutants enter the environment. Okay, so let us see here. Okay, let us now go down to pharmaceuticals. Okay, the pollutants coming from pharmaceuticals. This would be the main sources and pathways of pharmaceutical residues in the environment. Please look into the diagram flashed before you. Okay, according to Sanofi, in 2022, pharmaceutical residues reach the environment through disposal of unused medicines. Now, these go with the waste that either enter the landfill or incinerated. Incinerations will emit these xenobiotics in the atmosphere too. Now, this may leach from landfill into natural water systems that will be brought to drinking water treatment facilities that will eventually reach the household drinking water. People taking in medicines will definitely excrete them, sending these metabolized drugs together with some parent compounds, okay, into the public wastewater treatment plants prior to reaching the natural water system to be treated before it reaches the household faucets. Drugs from pharmaceutical plants will in the end reach the public wastewater treatment plants and have the same fate as excreted medications. Right now, there shouldn't be a problem then with drugs in the environment because it is being treated for drinking, right? Well, on this thought, allow me to directly quote the World Health Organization statement from its report, Pharmaceuticals in Drinking Water in 2012. It said, conventional wastewater treatment facilities generally have activated sludge processes or other forms of biological treatment, such as biofiltration. Now, these processes have demonstrated varying removal rates for pharmaceuticals, ranging from less than 20% to greater than 90%. Now, allow me to make a side comment here. It will always be good if the removal rate is more than 90%. But what would really be a problem, it would really be a big challenge for us if the treatment will only be able to treat properly less than 20% of the drugs. Okay, if it will only remove less than 20% of the drug. Okay, so enough for the side comments. Let me continue with the word coming from the World Health Organization. The efficiency of these processes for the removal of pharmaceuticals varies within and between studies and is dependent on operational configuration of the wastewater treatment facility. Factors influencing removal include sludge age, activated sludge tank temperature, and hydraulic retention time. Comparatively, advanced wastewater treatment processes, such as reverse osmosis, ozonation, and advanced oxidation technologies, can achieve higher removal rates for pharmaceuticals. If only all drinking water treatment facilities will have the capacity to employ advanced treatment procedures, then the problem will be lessened somehow. Another challenge would be the entry into the natural water system. This will be one vital source for contaminating water bodies affecting aquatic life. And as what we have seen in the previous slide, once these contaminants affect aquatic life, we will also be affected by it because we eat animals, we eat aquatic life. Okay, now, excuse me. Sanofi in 2022 presented ways by which their pharmaceutical products entry to the environment will be minimized. I am not in any way part of Sanofi. It is just that I am using their initiatives for, I am calling their initiatives for pharmaceutical industry sustainability in this talk, just like using other relevant reference materials for this purpose. Again, I am in no way part of Sanofi. I'm just referring to their initiatives. Okay, so the first of their initiatives will be evaluating and minimizing emissions to the environment from manufacturing. They treat their wastewater or industrial effluents at the wastewater treatment facilities in their site and or at treatment plants external to their site but following operating permits. Now, the choice and performance of technologies for on site effluent treatment are adapted to site specific conditions. Further, treatment at the factory level or upon exit from the site may be performed further on effluents rather, as necessary and as appropriate. The company's manufacturing sites seek to adopt best practices always. Okay? The Sanofi said that it invests in technologies. Now, these technologies are expected to improve their WWTP or their wastewater treatment plants. It may also minimize potential emissions of active pharmaceutical ingredients in effluents. It also desires to minimize effluent discharge upstream of the WWTP for reducing effluents at the source, like on upon exit from the factory. Sanofi also commits in minimizing the impact on the environment of industrial sites, specifically the aquatic environment. It has implemented an environmental risk management program focusing on pharmaceuticals in wastewater as well. Okay, so that's the first of their initiatives. So as I have mentioned, they have assessed environmental impacts related to the use of their products. That's the second initiative. Okay, and the institution of ERA or environmental risk assessment would be according also to applicable regulations. Now, this ERA looks into the environmental fate and effects information as well as all other relevant information generated during drug development. It follows applicable ERA regulatory guidance documents. They always follow this guidelines, this standards, which is but necessary. Okay. There is also this voluntary program that Sanofi initiated to evaluate its legacy products. Now, what are these legacy products? These are products that were brought to the market prior to the enactment of the ERA requirement, okay, or of the environmental risk assessment requirement. This program has its goals of increasing knowledge about the environmental fate and effects of their already marketed products. Okay. It also aims to evaluate the products' related environmental risks. All available data are used and additional testings may be put in place. So it's not just the future products that they will be creating, but also even for those that are already in the market, they are subjecting it to this assessment. Okay. Now, for the third initiative, okay, it would be encouraging the proper use and proper disposal of medicines. Okay, the notion that medicines are not ordinary consumer goods. And well, I think we would all agree to that. Now, everyone must be properly informed of the proper use of medicine to ensure safety and efficacy of its use. Everyone, including healthcare practitioners, professionals, public authorities, patients, and the public in general. Now, indirectly, knowing the proper use of medicines affect the environmental dimensions too. Okay? Now, proper use of medicines will prevent unnecessary and avoidable emissions of pharmaceuticals that can affect the environment. How medicines are disposed of, like flushing of unused drugs into sewer systems or throwing them in the garbage bins, or when household waste is not treated in an environmentally responsible way, this all constitute a clear path to the environment. Okay? So the encouragement for how they encourage for the proper disposal of unused medicines will really be helpful to the environment in general. Okay, now pollution will be lessened because of this move. Information dissemination is a key program together with support programs that collect and properly dispose of unused drugs from patients would be really helpful. Okay, now, for many years, Sanofi had been doing all of this. Okay? They have supported the development and implementation of local, regional, or national programs to collect and use medicines in various countries, including Belgium, Colombia, France, Greece, Japan, Mexico, Portugal, Spain, and North America. Right. So now we proceed with the top reason, with the top environmental challenge, okay, for pharmaceutical industry sustainability as far as environment is concerned. Okay. Um, this would be on the issue of climate change. Okay. The pharmaceutical industry is seen to produce significant amounts of waste and greenhouse gases other than utilizing huge volumes of water. According to the UN climate action on the article, What is climate change? And I quote, climate change refers to a long-term shift in temperature and weather patterns. And the shifts may be natural, such as through variations in the solar cycle. But since the 1800s, the human activities have been the main driver of climate change, primarily due to burning fossil fuels like coal, oil, and gas. The fossil fuels that are being burned will give off GHGs. They are what we know as greenhouse gases. Okay, it traps the sun's heat inside the earth, hence increasing the temperature, okay, within the earth. The most prominent greenhouse gas emission include carbon dioxide and methane. The sources of these gases are emissions from driven cars and coal used to heat a building, amongst others. Clearing land and forests can also release carbon dioxide. Methane gases are emitted from landfills for garbage. Energy industry, including pharmaceutical industries, energy, those that make use of energy and other industries that would include pharmaceutical industry, transport, buildings, agriculture, and land use are among the main emitters. Okay, now when we talk about climate change, okay, we talk about carbon footprint. The University of Michigan defined carbon footprint this way. A carbon footprint is the total greenhouse gas or GHG emissions caused directly and indirectly by an individual, organization, event, or product. Okay, that's the definition of carbon footprint. Year in World Economic Forum Health and Healthcare in November 25, 2022, mentioned that according to WHO, climate change is now the biggest health threat facing humanity. The projection is that it can cause an additional 250,000 deaths every year between 2030 and 2050 from malnutrition, malaria, diarrhea, and heat stress. Climate change adversely affects health and health systems. Now, pharmaceutical industry is a contributor, according to the article, to the climate crisis. It mentioned that though not highlighted yet, the pharmaceutical industry sector is responsible for 4.4% of global emissions, and its carbon dioxide footprint is forecast to triple by 2050 if left unchecked. In 2019, the produced carbon dioxide is said to be 55% more than the automotive industry. Now, in the United Kingdom, they are supporting the era of green pharmaceuticals. Okay? Firth et al. In 2022 said that the United Kingdom's 5% carbon footprint, well, that number is quite high, comes from the healthcare. Okay? According to Lenzen et al. In 2020. And the NHS England has estimated that the manufacture, supply, and use of pharmaceuticals account for 25% of the NHS's total carbon footprints. This coming from NHS England in 2020. Now, the UK government and the NHS in England leads the globe into setting ambitious net zero targets in recent years. The private sector, however, they've mentioned, must also lessen the carbon and broader environmental footprints of the products and services they supply to society in order to meet this goal of net zero targets. For them to be able to achieve that net zero, many pharmaceutical companies have made their commitments to it. Okay? They shall work on it across their operations, but must overcome several significant industry specific challenges as well. Now, there are suggestions, okay, on how pharmaceutical industry can combat climate change. And this came from the World Economic Forum by year in 2022. We fight, he mentioned that we fight climate effects on health to reduce its participation towards climate crisis. Okay, so these are the suggestions on how pharmaceutical industry can combat climate change. The first one would be pharmaceutical companies should have more innovative research and development so use of their products will become better, especially in climate affected areas, okay, in the globe. Now, the quote unquote hot countries, as far as temperature is concerned, okay, nothing so negative about it except that the temperature is high in these countries. That's why they're called hot. Okay, is concerned. These countries actually will have faster spread of emerging infectious diseases. So it has been suggested that these areas must be focused on research and especially related to drug discovery and development for a more responsive take on the situation. Okay. So the next one would be research and development on better use of medicines, including heat stable products for hot countries. Hot again, hot countries must be in place. Right? Now, a close look on the best packaging and transportation should be zeroed in on. Okay. Now, this must be simplified through the merging of creative minds. So we need the year in 20 what year was that? Year in 2022 said that a creative mind should come together in order to have to look into the packaging and transportation of this medication. Okay, it should focus on heat stable medications for low income countries. Okay, since there is already the given lack of cold chain supply in those areas. This will allow less deterioration of medicines, though this will be brought um, since it less deterioration because this will be brought to more remote areas. Okay. Now, the third one will be to expand access to healthcare products globally so people hardest hit by health and climate will be able to get equitable access of this healthcare products. Okay, so affordable access to medicines would be one important responsibility of pharmaceutical industry or pharmaceutical companies to provide the public. Now, these medicines may really be important, okay, will be maybe vital to these particular areas, like, say, for example, vital vaccines, treatments, and diagnostics. And so this must be able to reach these places in perfect conditions. Okay, and when we say these places would mean those areas that are hard hit or that are experiencing high challenges as far as climate change will be concerned. Now, the fourth suggestion from here in 2022 would be to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from manufacturing operations and facilities. Now, let's talk about an example of drugs that have high environmental impact. Okay, so we can include here inhalers for asthma and other lung conditions. There are metered dose inhalers or MDIs, or how we call them. Okay, to shorten shorten the name of the classification of the drug. Okay, and this, however, contain ozone depleting chlorofluorocarbon. But then again, it has already been phased out in 1990s. Our current devices now are still said to contain hydrofluorocarbon. These are also potent greenhouse gases. But the good thing is these are already now being remedied. Okay. Now, the fifth suggestion would be for the pharmaceutical that the pharmaceutical industry must ensure that suppliers, distributors, and contract manufacturers meet high sustainability standards, including reduction of emissions and waste. Now, climate targets were set, and more companies have committed to this, which is a good thing. Okay, it happened because there had been growing recognition of the need for action to combat climate change. You see, climate change affects the health of people. Different initiatives were put to place to decarbonize the industry, and this now actually exists. Okay? The focus, though, are on supply chain improvements and logistics rather than manufacturing emissions. But I'm pretty sure we're going into that. Okay? All in its perfect time. It will happen. And the last suggestion from the Economic Forum in 2022 is to innovate on renewable energy in worldwide operations and transportation using electric sources wherever possible. Okay. So recently, many companies nodded to use in the coming years, say, electric cars from internal combustion engines. Beyond transitions to electric vehicle fleets, nearly half, that is, half is a small number already. Okay, but nearly half of the pharma and biotech sector by revenue have an overall reduction of carbon emissions. Okay, through the UN's Race to Zero initiative. Okay, so that is already a good move coming from the pharmaceutical industry. Now, what we are enjoying now, we always pray that the future generation will enjoy. Well, such is the essence of sustainability and sustainable development. With the actions being taken now by the pharmaceutical industry towards sustainability, and the future actions that will be taken on, okay, as the pharma industry would hear from suggestions from other um, professions, okay, and as they look into it themselves, okay, intensively, okay, we know that life is still bright for our children and our children's children. We all want good health and well-being, things that the pharmaceutical industry provides, such that it always responds to SDG 3. Upon intensive work on reducing the carbon footprint of this industry, we shall be able to fulfill SDG 13 on climate action. With continued decline in pharmaceutical products entering the environment, those unwanted, of course, the unused, the expired, the excreted, etc. Okay. SDG 6, 14, and 15, that's clean water and sanitation, life below water, and life on land, respectively, will be responded to. With the education being propelled by the pharmaceutical industry to the public on how to help keep the environment clean from unwanted medicines, quality education will be tackled, which is under SDG 4. With the commitment of both the industry and the public to work hand in hand for a sustainable future, SDGs 12 and 17 will be attained, and these are on responsible consumption and production and partnerships for the goals, respectively. People will be healthier, such that more will land decent works that will breed economic growth, responding to SDG 8. All improvements being done by the pharmaceutical industry pertains to SDG 9 on industry, innovation, and infrastructure that will lead to SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities. So I have placed here smiley faces for the SDGs that will be answered by the pharmaceutical industry as they revolutionize, okay, and as they team for uh, improved sustainability coming from their end. So we have SDG 3, SDG 13, SDG 3 for good health and well-being, that's continuous, SDG 13 for climate action, and then we have SDG 6 for clean water and sanitation, and then we have SDG 14 for life below water, SDG 15 for life on land, SDG 4 for quality education, SDG 12 for responsible consumption and production, and SDG 17 for partnership for the goals, decent work that will lead to decent work and economic growth. Everything leads to this because of better health for everyone. And there will be response to industry, innovation, and infrastructure, and then sustainable cities and communities. Okay, so the environment, pharmaceutical industry, and sustainability. You know, I would like to thank you once more for the opportunity to serve. Let me borrow the title of my talk, which I have read, okay, at the start of showing the slide: the environment, pharmaceutical industry, and sustainability. And allow me to make some positive statements from it. So I have faith that the environment will be taken care of by the pharmaceutical industry in order for us to achieve sustainability. Padayon, I am really sorry that I cannot join you today due to conflict in schedule. Should there be anything you wish to communicate with me, please just send me an email. And the email that I have, email ad that I have placed below, jansolidum1@up.edu.ph. Okay. And you may also send me an FB friend request if you want to, because I do accept the friend request even from students. Okay. So once more, thank you very much. Bye.
I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry for that. Okay, so thank you so much, Dr. Judeline Solidum, for that talk. And once again, of course, it is quite unfortunate that she was not able to be with us today, but nevertheless, she was able to deliver a talk that was very relevant, no, that is very relevant, insightful, informative, educational, and of course, quite eye-opening in terms of things that we don't really think about in terms of waste management, emissions of pharmaceutical waste. Okay, in the smallest unit of society. So as for us individuals, we do not really think about this and how it affects our overall environment and sustainability of the pharmaceutical industry, on the repercussions of climate change, on how it affects yung lesser fortunate um, sections of our society, and of course the certain solutions on how to circumvent these repercussions, no? So and towards the end, able to bring us full circle, okay, in terms of connecting the dots in terms of all the topics that was discussed today: the role of pharmaceutical industry, the role of effective, efficient public um, pharmaceutical supply chain management. There's another thing there regarding the equitable access, ensuring the equitable access of medicines, right? So cold chain management in certain places in the world that are affected by climate change. No, so and of course on how it is a collaborative process in terms of helping each other reduce greenhouse gases, reduce emissions, and the proper disposal of pharmaceutical waste. So thank you so much for those talks, and thank you so much, Dr. Sulidun, for that. So um, to keep things moving, of course, it is up. We have to proceed with our Q&A for today. Okay, so for those that were, and of course, amongst us is Mr. Sir Hover Francisco. And if do you have any questions for Sir Hover Francisco, feel free to type it in the chat box, or please say the chat moderators will be able to forward it here. So for the meanwhile, if there's no questions, I'll be asking a few of my own. Then if you kung gusto niyo maihahabol kayo, okay, if you want to um, have a follow-up question or anything, okay, to let us take advantage of the insights, the wisdom of our speaker for today. No? So our first question, so I'll be delivering the first question. Are you ready, Sir Hover? Okay,
Yeah.
I've meticulously and carefully vetted out these questions, no? That will be up to your intellect. No? So number one is, can you hear me, sir,
Yeah.
clearly? Okay, sir. So number one, how can technology be utilized? How can technology be utilized to improve accountability and efficiency in the public health supply chain management system in the Philippines? And what are some of the challenges in implementing such technologies in the country?
Yeah, thank you for that, Derek. Actually, it's a part of hopefully sana nung sa logistics part na, but nilimit ko talaga sa konti lang yung time. One of the important area for supply chain management is technology, and that involves specifically, for example, electronic logistics information management system (LMIS). So basically, in other countries, they are already utilizing a GS1 tracker, meaning it's a global standard tracker that utilizes information system, and natatrack na natin lahat ng pumapasok sa country in terms of medicines and diagnostics. Related siya sa ating regulatory agency, and then down to all the consumers. So when I was in USAID, that's one of the topics to discuss with the then Director General Dr. Eric Domingo. So yun yung isa sa mga view namin na nandun pa siya but hindi lang siya natuloy. But currently, I know that DOH is pushing for the implementation of an electronic logistics management information system. However, medyo limited pa yung kanyang scope, no? Doon lang muna sa public health or sa government side. But in other countries, and we hope one day, no, the Philippines also could be benefiting from this technology. Na yun na nga, we can track everything from different suppliers, international, maybe local or international. Then it's a tracker system. No? Sa ibang bansa, they're already using RFID. Sa atin, naka-barcode pa tayo. And then na-connected siya sa regulatory agencies natin. And then hopefully, in as simple as an application in our mobile phone, we can check, scan the RF code or the QR code. No, dun sa mga gamot, we can already check for the kung counterfeit pa siya, registered pa siya, ano ba yung pinanggalingan niya ng manufacturer, all the data, and we can report even pharmacovigilance data. So that's how technology can really help us. So number one, trace and track mechanism, and then yung post-marketing surveillance. That is how technology can help us in efficiency sa ating process and supply chain. Eric?
Thank you so much for that, sir. Of course, so technology, that is where everything is moving, no? Everything, so all innovations regard moving forward will somehow involve technology, no, up to some capacity. And of course, in this particular field, no, supply chain management, that is of course of really great help, of great importance. So thank you for that. So if anyone has any questions left? Okay, so let's go with the next one, I guess. So here in the chat box, okay, so I'll be reading them then here. So how can the public health supply chain management system in the Philippines be made more resilient to external shocks such as pandemics, natural disasters, supply chain disruptions, and what are the key elements of a robust and adaptable supply chain management strategy in given situations, in such situations?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Actually, when we deal about emergency situation or difficult, as we have a specific term for that, emergency and difficult situations such as pandemic, disaster, calamities, external shocks. No, the WHO have already written a standard procedure in dealing with supply chain regarding that. Now, with the Philippines, no, um, for the context of the Philippines, now we are very much known for parang ano tayo parang we are always parang um, na-shock na tayo. We are not really resilient actually. That question is really correct. No? Up to this time, now we are really absorbing different shocks. Hindi tayo ganun ka-resilient despite all the processes already written, no? By other countries, by other institutions that we should already be following. Now, for me, no, there are a lot of local agencies, no, that develop emergency situations plan. No, planning really is the key. May it be uh, may it be normal situation or difficult situation, planning is applicable. Sabi ko nga kanina, planning no is the soul of supply management. You have already planned supposed to be for pandemics. You already have supposed plan for emergencies like this. So the system should be resilient regardless of any situation. So planning. And how can we do that? Number one, there are a lot of factors actually. So governance. When we say governance, we should really make sure that all laws, processes are in place. So the government would really just follow all of these things. No? Kapag bigla na yun gumana. I have talked with different local government units. They have different types of resilient processes in terms of emergencies, no, which are not connected. Some of them are not connected with the plans, no, nationally, no. During the Yolanda time, in Tacloban, tama ba Tacloban, no, in the Yolanda time, there are a lot of research made after the Yolanda time na it was really a logistics nightmare for us, the Philippines, kasi ang daming dumating na mga donations naman. So, hindi natin alam kung talagang kulang ba o sobra. But we lack process that. Or we lack process. They lack um, following a certain process like yung needs assessment process, no, during those calamities. And when I was in COVID-19, no, when I was a consultant so COVID-19 na sa civil defense, no, yung initial hit ng pandemic sa atin, yung unang advice ko sa kanila, no, sa civil defense, sa IATF, is to create a track and trace mechanism, no, para maayos yung planning. But that is a short-lived consultancy, but it's okay. So we have given them a platform for track and trace mechanism. When I was in COVID-19 testing, no, since I am already a seasoned supply chain in the public health, no, I make sure that my process are all in place in terms of emergency crisis. So we know all the things regarding emergency situation. Okay, so that's it, no? Planning talaga. We should be following or be familiarized with different international regulations or processes in giving solutions sa ganitong klaseng scenarios, in mga difficult situation. My youngest brother is doing his PhD currently. No, he's a pharmacist also, but I'm doing a health management PhD. Yun yung pinagawa ko sa kanyang research sa ngayon. I mean, pinaano ko na sinuggest mo research is dealing with difficult situation supply chain here in the Philippines. So hopefully, mas maging, tama yan, maging ano pa tayo, resilient sa mga different difficult situations like this. So planning is still, it's a default for supply chain management.
So, sir, thank you for that answer, sir. Of course, thank you so much. So thank you. So of course, part of planning is of course projecting and trying to and projecting what to do when it comes to certain contingencies. No, so thank you for that. Whoever asked that question, thank you for that. And um, if anyone has any questions for Sir Hover, feel free, no? Ihabol nyo na. Um, please take advantage of this moment that you have with him. Okay? Anyone else? Okay. Thank you so much, Sir Hover. When it comes to your brother, I think send my regards to your brother, Sir Harvey. Okay, so actually, I have to tap him regarding something personal to me, no? When it comes to my to my graduate studies, no? So I still have to keep in touch with him. So send my regards to him, and I hope him well, no? And you as well, sir. So any questions? Wala nang hahabol? Anyone? Okay. So with that, I think, Sir Hover, that is all when it comes to our Q&A. And we can now proceed with the awarding of certificates. Okay, I think so. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Okay, so let us proceed with the awarding of certificates. So before doing so, I will be reading the certificates for our speakers for today, and I would like to invite Dr. Rufo Agarao, our college dean, to please join us for the photo op afterwards. No? So, okay, so awarding the Certificate of Appreciation, Trinity University of Asia presents this Certificate of Appreciation to Mr. Hover Francisco, RPH and MA, of the United States Pharmacopoeial Convention in recognition of your outstanding contribution as a parallel speaker during the Triicon 2023 Trinity Research and Idea International Congress with the theme Striving for Sustainable Communities Through Health Promoting Technologies and Ideas, held online via Zoom virtual platform from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. on April 26, 27, 2023, signed by Dr. Howell T. Ho, the Vice President for Academic Affairs, and Dr. Gisela D.A. Luna, the President of Trinity University of Asia. So I think,
Thank you.
how do we do this, ma'am? So I think photo op, no? Dean, I would like to invite you. How about Dr. Kapili for the photo op, the director of our research, no, director of research, Dr. Kapili. Anyone want to join me and Sir Hover for the photo op? How do we do this? Okay. So with that, okay, I would like to present. Okay, so with that, thank you so much, Sir Hover. So I would like to present. Sir Hover, please remain with us. Maybe Sir Dean would join us. I think our college dean would join us for the photo op later for documentation purposes. Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would like to present the Certificate of Appreciation to Miss Jocelyn Lourdes B. Coronel, RMT of Menarini Philippines Incorporated. In recognition of your outstanding contribution as parallel speaker during the Triicon 2023 Trinity Research and Idea International Congress with the theme Striving for Sustainable Communities through Health Promoting Technologies and Ideas, held online via Zoom virtual platform from 7 to 5 p.m. on April 26, 27, 2023. Signed by Dr. Howell Tiho, Vice President for Academic Affairs, and Dr. Gisela D.A. Luna, President of Trinity University of Asia. Thank you so much, Ma'am Jocelyn Coronel. So, and I would like to present, finally, I would like to present the Certificate of Appreciation to Dr. Judeline Solidum, PhD, University of the Philippines, in recognition of her outstanding contribution as parallel speaker during Triicon 2023, Trinity Research and Idea International Congress with the theme Striving for Sustainable Communities through Health Promoting Technologies and Ideas, held online via Zoom virtual platform from 7 to 5 p.m. on April 26, 2023. Signed by Dr. Howell Tiho, Vice President for Academic Affairs, and Dr. Gisela D.A. Luna, the President of Trinity University of Asia. Thank you so much. And I think it's a good, it's a time for photo op, no? So it's a photo opportunity. I would like to invite anyone. So Doc Aga, are you there? Hi, Doc. Oh, hi. Hello po.
Hi, hello. Good morning, everyone.
Doc Aga, Dr. Agarao is the Dean of the College of Allied Health Sciences, and he handles, one of the departments he handles is the Department of Pharmacy in Trinity University of Asia. So,
Morning, sir. Thank you.
Morning, sir. Morning, ma'am.
Okay, so let's have the photo op, no? Paano ba to? Game na. No? Okay. Are we done? I think we're okay, so that's it. Okay, so thank you so much to everyone, to our speakers for attending this morning session for this morning parallel session of our parallel session 8. No, so I would like to remind everyone that please attend the next session, the afternoon session held by the College of Medical Technology. And of course, that is a requirement towards availing yung CPD credits and the credits required for self-directed learning. So again, so please attend the afternoon session later. And of course, to close the event, I would like to give my gratitude to everyone who attended via Zoom, via live streaming in the website or YouTube. And on behalf of the Department of Pharmacy, the College of Allied Health Sciences, and Trinity University of Asia, thank you so much and God bless to all of you. The next session, sir, will be 1 p.m. No? If I'm not mistaken, we'll start on 1 p.m.
and Pharmaceutical. I am Jomar Adams Ganding, and I will be your facilitator and moderator for this session. But before we get going, we'd like to go over a few reminders so that you would know how to participate in today's event, specifically those interested in getting your CPD units. Now let's proceed to the house rule for this afternoon session. For our participants, you are all required to attend all the sessions from April 26 to 27, whether they are attending through Zoom platform or viewing the try icon through our official website. Attendance link will be posted for a specific time only for every session. Failure to attend any of the sessions will forfeit your privilege of receiving a certificate of participation. Second, evaluation will be given on April 27, 2023, right after the plenary session. And finally, the attendance to all the sessions as well as the result of your evaluation will be the basis in the release of your certificate with CPD as well as the certificate for CPD self-directed learning. Now, before we start, may we request once again the QR code to be presented and at the same time the link at our chat box for our participants to fill out their attendance. So to all our attendee, to all our participants, please do not forget to sign up to our attendance by clicking the link on your chat box or by scanning the QR code in the screen. So we'll be starting in a short while. So we'll give you some time to fill out your attendance form. Thank you so much. All right, I think we are all set and ready to go. It is my privilege to introduce our first plenary speaker for this afternoon. He received his Master of Hygiene and Doctor of Medicine degrees from Kitasato University Graduate School. His research focused on the field of proteostasis with topics such as heat shock protein and amyloid beta precursor protein and functional analysis in fermented foods such as Aspergillus oryzae. He is an educator in the field of clinical laboratory technology for the past 25 years at Kitasato University School of Science. In 2021, he became an associate professor of clinical immunology at the Department of Clinical Laboratory Medicine, Faculty of Health Science, Fukushima Medical University. Now to discuss are heat shock proteins justified? Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Dr. Hideaki Suzuki.
Okay.
Dr. Suzuki, the
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Jamal. Today, and I'm honored to be invited to give a talk here. So I am Suzuki in Fukushima Medical University. Today, I will discuss two topics. One is about the SDGs, and I would like to share information about the health care environment in Asia. The other topics in my research on HSP72. Please listen to my recollection now. Hello, it is nice to meet you. I'm very honored to be speaking today at such a wonderful meeting. Today, I will be focusing on heat shock protein. Since the protein of this field shows was sustainable health diagnostics. I would like to present the result of country by country comparison of medical care in Asia and present materials to consider how we can make medical care more sustainable. Before I get down to business, let me introduce where I live. Here in map is Asia. This is Japan. Japan is across the Philippine Sea. Uh, this is Philippines. Fukushima is located the northern part of Japan. It's spring, there are many flowers in bloom. And because it's a basin, the temperature research about 35 degrees in summer, very hot. Winter are cold, with temperatures sometimes dropping below freezing. It also snows, so you can feel the four seasons in area. I tried to find the Philippines around me. I found a lot of fruits from the Philippines. They are very delicious. Pineapple, banana, and mango. Banana can be purchased for about 200 yen, but mangoes are luxury items costing about 700 yen. My favorite fruit is banana. Last year, I planted pineapple leaves. They are growing big in my house. April is the time of year when the cold weather eases. Trees bud and flowers bloom. Japan is famous for its cherry blossom. Here are pictures of three different types of flowers. Each has similar flowers. Which is a cherry blossom? The tree in the middle is a cherry tree. When the flowers finish blooming, the tree bears fruits. Plums are on the left, cherries in the middle, and peaches on the right. Upon observing each flower, they look almost the same. However, upon closer inspection, the shape of the petals and the shape are different. First, at first glance, the flowers look the same, but each has its own difference. I believe that both the individuality of the flower and the individuality of people are very important. Today, we will discuss the following two. First, the medical situation in Asia, including Japan and the Philippines. Second, I will share my research on prevention of myocardial infarction. First, the medical situation in Asia. This chart shows average life expectancy in Asia. Dark colors indicate healthy life expectancy. Male are showing blue. Female
Dr. Suzuki, I think we lost your audio. Dr. Suzuki, we still cannot hear your presentation. I think it's connected with your microphone. If you can unmute your mic, sir.
High blood pressure,
Okay, so we can hear you now.
yes, smoking like affect life expectancy. This figure shows the what's problem? Percentage of hypertensive
We can hear you now, sir. Please do not mute your microphone.
patient recovery
We
is
can
the
hear
lowest in
audio.
oh, and highest
Thank you.
here. The Philippines are sixth and Japan is one. The next figure. Can you hear me? Percentage of obesity.
Yes, Dr. Suzuki, we can hear you now.
Oh, sorry. From men. Women are less obese. The Philippines in the middle. Perhaps it's okay. Japanese women are too.
Yes, sir. We're good. We can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. The figure shows the smoking rate. Indonesia is high and India is low. The smoking rate among women in Japan is higher than other countries. Very high. The smoking rate in the Philippines is also one of the highest. This figure shows the number of medical facilities. Public and private institutions are called paracolic. India has the largest number following by China. And Cambodia, Japan, Indonesia. The number of beds per 1,000 people is now shown in figure. Japan has the highest number. India and China have a large number of hospitals, but you can see that they have a small number of hospitals for their population. Even within the same Asian region, there seems to be difference in the medical situation depending on the region. It is wonderful that there are different like cherry blossom, peaches, and brown. In other words, individually, but it is desirable that the standard of medical care in each country is high for everyone. Then let us look at the Japanese healthcare. Let's look at the cause of death in particular. This is the result of survey of cause of death in Japan. In Japan, most deaths are due to malignant tumors, followed by cardiac disease. Stroke used to be more common, but it is now on decline. And senility increase. Heart failures is the most common classification of cardiac disease. Next, Let us look at the medical situation in a more limited region of Japan. I have picked up Fukushima, where I live. This section looks at the cause of death and the medical situation in Fukushima. Japan is divided into 47 prefectures. Fukushima is located here. This is a result of study of the etiology of patients who died of heart disease target at Fukushima. Heart failure is the most common cause. I followed by myocardial infarction patients. These two categories account for more than 65% of the total. This figure is considerably higher than the percentage for Japan as a whole. To prevent myocardial infarction, it is important to reduce risk factors such as hypertension, diacetylated media, smoking, diabetes, and obesity. Fukushima has many hypertensive patients and many smokers. And one of the cases of hypertension is excessive salt intake. The WHO recommended the salt intake of 5 grams per day, but the average intake in Japan is 9.6%. Most of the salt comes from seasoning, shoyu, and for miso. Among all over Japan, the salt intake in Fukushima is very high, ranking second or third worst. It is imperative to change to a diet that reduces salt intake. The regional difference in the aging society within Fukushima. Japan is an aging society. Fukushima is no exception. Furthermore, there are regional differences in aging within Fukushima. This chart shows the number of doctors in Fukushima by region. It shows that the regional differences in the number of doctors, area with field doctor, also area with more elderly people. This figure percentage of the senior citizen. So red, so moreover 35%. White is 25%. This is medical doctors of number. Under such circumstances, what kind of medical care should we consider? Goal 3 of the SDGs includes the following targets: 3.81 and coverage of essential health service. 3.82 percentage of population with significant health-related expenditures as a share of household expenditure or income. Japan is an aging society, and rural areas are more depopulated and aging the urban areas. Furthermore, even within Japan, there are regional differences in disease rate due to difference in regional characteristics and customs. Regional disparities in healthcare quality exist not only on a global scale, but also with Japan and even within preferred cultures. The SDGs reduce early mortality from non-communicable disease by 1/3 by 2030. Source prevention and treatment and promote material health and well-being. What is the best way to accomplish this? Archive your objective with your good idea. From here, I will discuss my research. Disease prevention improves people's quality of life. It can reduce the early mortality rate of people. That is why we are thinking and researching prevention of myocardial infarction. Let me briefly review the mechanism by which acute myocardial infarction AMI occurs. AMI occurs when a blood clot forms in the blood vessel and clog the vessel. This mimics the process of thrombus formation. When LDL in blood increase due to hyperlipidemia, some of the LDL cholesterol become oxidized LDL, which is phagocytosis by macrophage and accumulate within vascular and stellar cells. Lymphocytes and macrophage infiltrated and cause inflammation, resulting in a plaque formation. Mechanical change in the vascular lumen, such as changing blood pressure, heart rate, or blood flow, produce change in the shear stress that disrupt endothelial cell function and lead to thrombosis formation. I focus on the heat shock proteins, HSP, as a protein I am interested in. Heat shock proteins are molecular chaperones, a group of proteins that protect cells. They are divided into 5 groups by molecular weight. Low molecular weight HSPs, HSP40, HSP60, HSP70, and HSP9. HSP70 is known as 72, which is induced by stress. HSP73 is permanently localized in the cytoplasm. HSP75, which is localized in the mitochondria. And GRP78, which is localized in the endoplasmic reticulum. Schematic and diagram of the HSP pathways. When stressed, a large number of misfolded proteins are generated and HSP70 bind to the protein. leading to degradation and coagulation. The figure shows that HCD70 increase in the blood level with exercise. The left panel shows run only. The middle panel shows run in high room temperature. And the right panel shows cycling under hypoxic condition. The HSP70 increase with hard exercise load. Before, after, and higher. When the body is warm, HSP70 in the blood increases. In other words, warm bathing also increases HSP70 blood vessels. The figure on the left shows the increase in HSP70 in blood after warm bath. So, busy graph, I'm sorry. The figure on the right shows an increase in HSP70 concentration 1 day after passing in the human study. After 1 day, increase HSP70. Here are some interesting survey results. According to the survey, more than 90% of Japanese people say they like talking about, and many of them talk about every day. Do you like talking about? Almost, yes. As a side note, in a survey asking what people do when bathing, more than half of the respondents say that bathing is something other than washing the body. Bathing may be a place to prepare the mind in addition to washing the body. The figure here shows data that the increase in thrombus in coronary arteries is positively correlated with the level of heat shock potentiality and anti-70 antibodies in the blood of AMI patients. AMI occurs when atheroma rupture and the thrombus form in the coronary artery lumen, which is accompanied by increased blood coagulation, decreased fibrinolytic system activity, and accelerated platelet aggregation. Heat shock from bathing is a growing problem in Japan. The patient is exposed to a whole environment of bathing and coral pulses due to a rise and sudden drop in the blood pressure. The term heat shock is often used in different sense from HSD, which I will discuss in this article. Please do not be confused as they are completely different mechanisms. From the previous paper, we hypothesized that HSC72 affects thrombus formation. Furthermore, thrombi are formed by an aggregation of platelets. Therefore, we predicted that the HSC72 might be involved in
platelet aggregation. It conducted several studies to clarify the relationship between platelet aggregation and HSP facility. First, we tested an animal model of obesity. Mouse was subjected to hyperlipidemia to see if blood HSP72 levels increase. This is a result of the lipid test. There were significant differences each item, the hyperlipidemia model mouse compared to normal mouse. LC is normal mouse, HFC is hyperlipidemia mouse. So higher than LC. The LDL is oxidized to form oxidized LDL, OX LDL. OX LDL, which contains unsaturated fatty acid, damages vascular and cellular cells. Atherosclerosis and making the body more prone to thrombosis formation. In the hyperlipidemia model, OXLDL is also increased, presumably damaging vascular and cellular cells. And the serum HSP73 concentration of hyperlipidemia model mouse was significantly increased. Since we found that HSP72 is elevated under the stressful condition of hydrolysis, we then investigated whether HSP72 is involved in platelet aggregation. We generated platelet-rich plasma, PRP, from normal lab and administrated HSP72 is a platelet oxidator. The rich platelet plasma was prepared by centrifuging blood with sodium citrate at 800 G. In this case, we use a method called the platelet aggregation measurement to observe the aggregation capacity of platelets. The RP is cloudy because the platelets are suspended. When the platelets are activated, they are aggregated and form large clumps with state. Then upper layer becomes clear. This is measured by observance. We come up with one pattern for this experiment. When only a platelet activator is added to the RP, and only HSP is added to PRP. Where platelet activating agent and HSP72 were co-administrated to PRP. Finally, when PRP is co-treated with platelet activating agent, HSP72 and anti-HSP72 antibody. We examined how the effect of HSP70 change under condition where weak platelet aggregation occurs. We added a low concentration of 1 micromole ADP to PRP, and then add 0 to 10 microgram per mole HSP72. Observe the change in the platelet aggregation rate over time. Increasing the concentration of HSP72 increases the aggregation rate. Next, the relationship between HSP72 and other platelet activators other than ADP was investigated. Prior PRP6 ristosetine and arachidonic acid all significantly increased platelet aggregation with the coexistence of HSP70. Furthermore, we investigated the whether platelet aggregation activated by the presence of ADP and HSP70 could be inhibited by anti-HSP70 antibodies. PRP, which induced sufficient platelet aggregation at a high concentration of ADP, is treated with low concentration of ADP plus HSP70 to enhance the platelet aggregation. The additional anti-HSP70 antibody to the condition suppress the platelet aggregation. Antibodies alone has no effect on the platelet aggregation. This time, it conducted a human experiment. ADP was used as a platelet activator, and HSP70 was recombinant. Covalent PSA and PBS were also used as control for HSP70. We added HSP70 or PSA with ADP to PRP and only PBS and measured platelet aggregation by cerebral dimetry. The graph shows the change in the aggregation rate by the addition of ADP and HSP70 to the volunteer PRP. The vertical axis represents the maximum platelet aggregation rate, and the horizontal axis represents the constant rate. Platelet aggregation increased when HSP70 was added in addition to ADP in the PRP. When HSP70 was added to the PRP, there was almost no aggregation. The following are the results of immunostaining in which thrombi were removed from myocardial infarction patients and stained with anti-HSP70 antibody and biased blood cells. CD42B antibody researching CD235AB antibody and anti-HSP70 antibody all stained the thrombones. And it can be confirmed the area stained by HSP72 is almost the same as that of CD42B as a platelet. In other words, HHP72 was found to be present at the same location as platelet in the sample. Next, we investigated HSP72 levels in the patient with a disseminated intravascular cellular coagulation syndrome, DIC. DIC is serious complication that can be triggered by trauma, cancer, acute leukemia, several bacterial infection, or other illness that cause thrombi to form in small blood vessels throughout the body and excessive bleeding symptoms. We compare the level of HSC72 and anti-HSC70 antibody in plasma samples diagnosis with DIC and those that did not correspond to DIC. Non-DIC sample was selected from those not diagnosed with thrombus. The results show that HSC70 in DIC was significantly higher than in non-DIC. In addition, anti-HSC70 antibody in DIC tend to be higher than in non-DIC. Based on our experimental results, we believe that HSP72 is involved in triggering the disruption of flux of the cause, myocardial infarction, etc. In other words, in the process of trace amount of platelet activating substance, platelets are not activated and are less likely to form thrombi. However, when hyperlipidemia or stress is applied, the blood concentration of HSP72 increases, and platelet aggregation is accelerated when platelet activating substance are present at concentration that not normally exhibit platelet activity. If the thrombus expands further, the blood vessel may become overcrowded, or the thrombus may be carried always by the blood flow, causing cerebral or myocardial infarction.
In conclusion, healthcare is disparate by country and even more so by region within a country. Normally, HSPs act as chaperones to repair proteins that no longer maintain their normal structure. Occasionally, however, stress-elevated HSP72 enhance the action of platelet activating agent. HSP72 may make it easier for thrombus formation if the patient has plaque. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Suzuki, for that wonderful presentation about heat shock protein 70. We'll reserve our questions later for the open forum. Now from Japan, let's fly to Thailand. Our next speaker is an assistant professor at the Department of Medical Technology, Faculty of Allied Health Sciences, Thammasat University, Thailand. Her research interests are in the field of ICT application and technology in health science, geographic information sciences in healthcare and spatial analysis, and information technologies in healthcare management. She finished her Doctor of Information and Communication Technologies at the Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand. Now to discuss disparities in healthcare access of COVID-19 patients using geographic information system, ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Dr. Hiranya Sritar.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our section. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to join this Triicon 2023 today. It's such a great honor and my great pleasure to sharing our experience in our research study with you all today. My name is Hiranya Sithat. I am an assistant professor at Thammasat University in Thailand. And today, I would like to share our experience and let's discuss about our research that we, myself, Associate Somchat Natulakan, we have been cooperate with two others professors from Japan, Professor Kanbara and Professor Miyazaki from University of Kochi and University of Tokyo. We have been studying about the disparity in the healthcare access of the COVID-19 patients using the GIS or Geographic Information System. So it's such a great honor, and let's welcome into our section. Let's see today what we will discuss today. Here's some overview that I would like to discuss all of this with you all. First of all, I would like to introduce and bring a little bit of the background. What is the healthcare access? Why is such important that we have to measure all of this healthcare accessibility? And then we will further discuss in our research study what have been studied, why do we need to study, what is the situation, where exactly is the study area in our research. Of course, we will explain briefly about the methodology and material or the tools or technology that we have been used and involved in our study. And later on, of course, we will would like to show you all the beautiful results and also discuss all of these results. And at the end, we will conclude, which I hope that we will conclude it into 40 or 30 minutes in this hour section. Okay, let's begin to the first thing first, the important. Why do we need to measure the healthcare access? Why the healthcare access is so important? When we talk about this term, the healthcare access or accessibility in the healthcare, it is one of the most important components of the concept about the healthcare equity, because we want to maximize and achieve all of this equity, which is equal access to the primary care, the equal needs and equal quality of the care that we would like to have. That is why all of around every country around the world try to have this kind of goal of the healthcare policy, which is very important for every country around the world. However, when we take a look into the healthcare access, there is several factors that can impact all of this healthcare access. For example, there will be demand and supply for the healthcare. Or maybe sometimes it's a relationship of this healthcare itself and also the population itself. For example, status of the population is also impact how is the demand and supply of the healthcare will increase or decrease. As you can imagine, where exactly is a lot of people getting sick, they might need a lot of healthcare to take care all of these people. For example, socioeconomic status is also impact quite a lot into the healthcare access. Demographic characteristic, all of these factor of around the people. Let's see. However, there's still some several barriers of the healthcare accessibility. For example, the limited supply and inequality of the medical service, which is not normally is not balanced. For example, sometimes there is also the transport challenge because, for example, like the long distance or how people can get access to those facility, medical facility or the healthcare. These all of access obstacles can be a lot challenge for a lot of people to developing this healthcare policy, especially in developing countries. Okay. As for us, the researcher and a lot of literature, they also try to review and try to get some of this concept of the access in the healthcare. And a lot of literature and researchers still say that concept of this access to the healthcare is still very complex and difficult to define because there is a lot of multifaceted enough to take a look at. Therefore, to determine all of this access to the healthcare still remain unclear. That is why we do need to measure this healthcare access. For example, we need to determine this healthcare access of the limited supply and inequality of the medical service to help and support all of this healthcare development, all of this healthcare policy, and to try to support like to the direction of the infrastructure. Furthermore, there is still limited study on this analysis in spatial healthcare access. Therefore, we would like to identify, we could help to measure this healthcare access to identify the area that might be underserved or at risk might be being underserved of this healthcare access, so that for all the authority or the strategy planning a person who is responsible of this task to develop the proper healthcare policy for the specific area. So now we can come to discuss further into our situation in our research. What happened when we, at the first place, that we try to do in our research? Of course, we take a look into the situation of the COVID-19 pandemic. As we know, the COVID-19 disease or outbreak has become a global in also not only in public health, but enormous challenge for several or a lot of healthcare systems around the world and for also the government in every country. And therefore, let's take a look into some statistics that we can say, according to the record in 2020, there is more than 557 million people infected by this disease. And more than 6.4 million people we have lost because of this. Also in Thailand, as for the statistic, we have a lot more than 4.5 million people confirmed with this COVID-19 cases, and more than 30,000 people have been dead because of this the disease. And for your information, Thailand is the first place or first country that have been detected the first case outside the China. And this our first case have been detected in early January 2020. And the situation after that, this is such a big wave of the COVID-19 situation, is that there will be not sufficient healthcare or sufficient bed all around the most of the hospital in the country. Therefore, we can see that measuring access to the healthcare service is very, very critical for guiding interventions in areas where maybe resources are often not enough or insufficient, or particularly during this kind of situation, during this kind of pandemic. We can see that is the picture that we have the situation in Thailand in the most of the hospital. However, when let's take a look into the data, I think it might be the same when it comes to like access to the spatial access to the healthcare facilities during the global pandemic, like a COVID-19 outbreak. In Thailand, there is still limited research, especially in the remote or in the far away area, in the remote area of Thailand. And although our nation have been provide a lot of data, try to announce the number, how many people were infected, although all of these statistic data are increasing and become more accessible for us or to access and to see. However, most of these data systems are still unable to connect and provide support or recognize, or how can we take a look and address all of these data and the environmental context have been influenced to each other. That is why at the beginning we thinking that is why our purpose of this research is that to investigate and try to analyze all of these confirmed COVID-19 cases in our country and try to evaluate this spatial distribution and analyze of this healthcare accessibility in the study area. So let's now come to the study area and the method that we have been used and investigate in our study. The study area that we have been researched is that in the province called Ubon Ratchathani, here is Thailand, you can see, and this province is in northeastern region of Thailand. It's such a far away from Bangkok. It's the metro in Bangkok of Thailand. As you might know, Thailand, you might know Bangkok because it's capital city. It's such a far away, around 630 kilometers far away from Bangkok into the northeast direction. And Ubon Ratchathani is the neighbor surrounded by neighboring countries, for example, Laos and Cambodia here. And in this province, we have a lot of highest population, 1.87 million people in this province. And furthermore, 15% of this population are the senior people, which is more over than 60 years old, that we have facing this aging population now in Thailand. So take a look also what method that we have been used in our research. It's so-called technology like a GIS or Geographic Information System. I would like to give like a little bit of the background what GIS is, because I'm not sure that all of us, I think all of us in the now in the meeting might be into in the healthcare area, but the GIS or the new technology might you guys might have been heard for the first time or several times. What exactly the GIS that we have been used into our research? As I mentioned before, nowadays there is a lot of data have been provided for us. For example, a big data, open data. For example, our country try to drive to be more open data provided for everyone to use and research and use for everything. This available data, sometimes it's cannot see or cannot identify what exactly the data and the environmental context can have influence to each other. Therefore, we need some tool, and this GIS, Geographic Information System, is some kind of tool that help us to analyze and let support us to make better understand what meaning of this data in those existing areas. The GIS or Geographic Information System is the system that can collect and we can edit all of this data, integrate into this system, and more importantly is we can visualize all of that data into that system. We can analyze this spatial reference data, and also we can integrate and combine all of this spatial and non-spatial data together and make us some visualization, something that we can differentiate or try to see all of this pattern into this visualization, like you can see here. However, a most significant pattern and a lot of relationship are not simply can be recognized from the record data. That is why applying this technology, this system GIS, can help us to investigate more about the environmental or other factors that can explain about the local geographic variation into the study. For in this example is that in the healthcare accessibility. That is why we apply all of this GIS in our study. And the method or the approach that we use with the GIS in our study is so-called the two-step floating catchment area, or sometimes we call the two-step FCA. As the name suggests, they combine two steps into this approach. So the first one, I would like just to give all of you about the overview what exactly the step or the method will we talk about, but there will be a lot more detail and further to calculate and analyze into this approach. So if you guys interested into the method or everything, you can take a look further. But for today, I would like to give you some overview what exactly this two-step FCA will what they do about this step. So in the first step, this method in the first step, they first determine what population what population are located in the we so-called the catchment area or catchment border. And then after that, we will calculate all of this provider to population ratio in this catchment area. So in this step, we find all the population that fall in first in this area and then calculate all of this first step to provider to population ratio into RJ. After that, into the second step, we will see for each population, we will find all the service that fall in the threshold or the service area, or we call so-called the threshold distance, and we calculate all of this, summarize all of this provider to population ratio from the first step together and define it as the accessibility of each area. So if you guys are interested further into this step, there will be a lot of literature that have been provided, or maybe you can take a look into our publication later on, what exactly will happen into the method. And here is some the data that we have been applied and we collected and applied in our study. We used the GIS boundary data to see where exactly is boundary the area of the study. And then we apply all of this demographic data, healthcare information, and also the data of the affected confirmed cases in Thailand and in that province. Of course, all of this data that we collected have to be reliable and has to be come from the reliable source. That is why we collected from the official statistics of Thailand and also from the Ministry of Health, Public Health, and also on. So let's take a look into the result. I would like to give you some overview of all of this result first. Let's begin to the statistic distribution, all of the statistic result that we have been collect, all of this. We can see that the population in Ubon Ratchathani province is very, very large, 1.8 million people, within the total area of only 15,000 square kilometers. And the time that we collect all of this data about the COVID-19 situation is from April to December 2021. We can see that we have public hospitals in this province, 26 hospitals with the confirmed case, more than 10,000 people, with only the total physician, only 1%, around 1,800 physician, and available bed is around 1,000 beds available. So from that number or the statistic, now we come to see about the spatial distribution all across this province, Ubon Ratchathani province. As we can see, all of these confirmed cases, 10,176 confirmed cases. If we take a look into the spatial distribution, we can see that there is two districts, which is District 1 and District 15, that consist of the highest number of infected patients. Whereas in the northern and in some district in the east, for example, district number 3, 12, and 21, here is they have like the lowest range of the COVID-19 confirmed cases. From this distribution, we can see some overview of how the COVID-19 affected the people around the area. And if we take a look further into the spatial distribution of the availability of the healthcare that they have in this province, we can see that although they have 26 public hospitals in the province, which is at least one hospital in each district. However, when we take a look into the physicians proportion, we can see that there is only mostly the highest proportion of the physicians are mostly located in the northern and in the middle, whereas in the southern is quite low. You can see from the size of the green circle here. And also, if we take a look further into the available ICU bed, we can see that there is only in one district that they have the highest ICU bed availability, only in District 1, compared to other district, which is illustrated into the small circle. So after we take this two-step FCA method and analysis, we have all of this result and illustrate in this image. We can clearly see that there is 27% of the total area that are extremely have low level of the spatial accessibility, which is 9 districts that they have the extremely low level of accessibility, which is illustrated in the red area zone here. On the other hand, only 4.7% of the total area have a high level of the spatial accessibility into the physician, which is only 2 districts, District 1 and District 24. If we take a look further, because here is the accessibility of the physician ratio. If we take a look further into how they can have access to the available bed or ICU bed during the COVID-19 situation, we can see also that the region with the low level of the spatial accessibility of the physician ratio also have the low level of the ICU bed of accessibility. These 9 of 25 districts are very, very vulnerable of the extremely low level of both physician and ICU bed accessibility. And only 2 of the districts, which is 1 and 24, have both, like I say, have the highest level accessibility of the both physicians and the ICU beds. So from this result, as we can see, I would like to say that we apply all of this GIS or technology or visualizing map all that you can see to investigate all of this confirmed COVID-19 case in the province Ubon Ratchathani during this period from April to December 2021, which is the highest peak of this province. And we apply all of this technology and analyze this statistic data and try to highlight all of this spatial distribution of the infected people, infected patients, compared with the healthcare service that they available in those areas. We also calculate and evaluate all of this spatial accessibility in each district. So we can see that there is significant difference or disparity in the spatial accessibility in the healthcare service across the province Ubon Ratchathani. The worst accessibility is in the District 2 and District 3, which are located quite far away from the town, from the urban area, and connected to the neighboring country, for example, in the Laos direction. And only the best accessibility are located only in two districts, which is District 1 and District 24. And District 1, just for your information, have the highest number of the confirmed COVID-19 cases of this province. And this also like the town, like the heart of the province is urban area, also into the District 1. So in conclude, we can see that applying this technique or the GIS can help us to identify the vulnerable area of the healthcare accessibility. After we doing this study, we can see where exactly is the vulnerable area. So from this result, we can provide this reference evidence for enhancing for the pandemic response and support all of this local authority, like for the strategic planner or the city authority to planning and coping with this existing situation and can be prepared for the future outbreak. So that is all of the session that we have. Thank you very much. If you guys have some question, please write me some email. I am very happy to answer all of your email. Or if you are interested to read more and find further about the detail about the technology, about what can technology can support us into the healthcare, what GIS can do it. You can scan the QR code and try to find and read some of my publication that I have been published and using this technology, the GIS, to assess all of this disparity into the healthcare, into the health status of the people. So if you have some question or some feedback that you would like to discuss more further, please write me some email. And I am very, very happy to answer all of your questions. So again, thank you very much for inviting me to this session. And thank you very much for joining me into this conference and this session. Goodbye. See you next time. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Sretar. So that is really such an important study that will also help our policymaker when it comes to improving the delivery of our healthcare to rural places, not only in Thailand, but hopefully it will soon be adopted here in the Philippines. Now, as we move on, may we remind everybody, all our participants, the attendance for the PM session is now closed. So hopefully everybody was able to answer and fill out the attendance form posted in our chat box a while ago. Now, as we move forward, let's go to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Engineer Tan Yong Wei. He is a project and implementation manager at Abbott Point of Care. He has been in the healthcare diagnostic imaging, in vitro diagnostic, and point of care for over 20 years. He is an engineer by profession, where he completed his electrical engineering degree in '03 at University of North South Wales, Sydney, Australia, and his Master of Science in Biomedical Engineering in 2007 at Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. Tan Yong Wei has held position of the Modality Service Leader Asia Pacific and Detection Guided Solution at General Electric Healthcare Technologies for the past 15 years. And he has led the field and remote service team in the region and was involved in information communications technology. Engineer Yong Wei has been working as a service operation and delivery leader in the medical device industry since 2003, where his focus and passion has been to bridge the innovative technology in service operation and access with clinical unmet needs in improving patient outcomes around the globe. Now, to talk about point of care testing and the clinical setting, ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Engineer Tan Yong Wei.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for the invitation to this seminars and webinars. I am honored and very grateful that I'm able to join this webinars to share with you the point of care testing in the clinical setups. Before I proceed, let me take this opportunity to introduce myself to you all. Okay, my name is Yong Wei. I am the Project and Implementation Manager at Apple Point of Care. I have been in the healthcare industry, involving in diagnostic imaging, in vitro diagnostic, which is known as IVD, and lately on the point of care POC for almost 20 years. And I am an engineer trained by profession. So I completed my electrical engineering in 2003 at Universities of New South Wales, Sydney, and my Masters of Science in Biomedical Engineering in 2007 at Nanyang Technological Universities in Singapore. I held the positions of the Modality Service Leader ASEAN in Detection Guided Solutions at GE Healthcare for the past 15 years, and I've led the field service remote services and involved in the infocom technology related area segments, which is heavily involved in remote connectivity and digital imaging and communication, which is also known as the DICOM. And lastly but not, which is the healthcare informatics, which is in the point of care setting. So I've been working as a service operation and delivery leader in the medical device industry since 2003. My focus and passion is really about bridging the innovative technologies in service operation and assess with clinical unmet needs, how we can improvise the patient's outcomes with the tools and resources that we have. So today I would like to take this opportunity to really round it up and to walk you through how this iStats plays a pivoting role in today's setups and climate, and how we're going to improve the access to care and accelerate the clinical decision making anytime, anywhere with the point of care settings. So we all know that the COVID-19 for the past 2 or 3 years has been quite an intriguing experience for everyone. So the COVID-19 pandemic has had a profound impact on the point of care testing landscape as well. So there are some ways in which this pandemic has changed the POC landscapes, which I wanted to take this opportunity to walk you through and discuss with you all. That is the increased demand of rapid testing. So the need of rapid and accurate COVID-19 testing is somewhat skyrocketed since the outbreak of this pandemic. So it has led to the increased demand of the point of care testings that can provide the results in the matter of minutes rather than hours or days. So this is especially critical and it's very important. So that why is that so? This is because this will enable our healthcare physicians to make an informed decision in the critical setups. At the same time, we are also looking at the second point, which is the expansion of point of care testings outside of traditional settings. Due to the highly contagious of COVID-19, there's been a push to conduct the point of care testing in a wider range of setups, such as ranging from pharmacies, drive-in, drive-through testing sites, schools, or even mobile units going around the island, going around the countries to perform all these tests. At the same time, companies have been working very hard to develop new point-of-care testing menu for the COVID-19 or influenza, including antigen tests, antibodies tests, and this test has been used to support and to quickly diagnose individuals and monitor the spreads of the virus. And to do all this, the companies like Abbott, we have actually increased the investment on this in the point-of-care testing technologies. So there's an increase of investment in this, and including the development of more accurate and reliable tests, and more importantly, scaling up the manufacturing capabilities to support the logistic supply of these test kits to the ground, to the field. And last but not least, this pandemic 19 or COVID-19 has set us back to rethink and to look into our emphasis, whether the emphasis is prioritized on the right area, which is on the patient-centered care. And this pandemic has somewhat highlighted the importance of providing patient-centered care and the benefits of the point-of-care testing in this regard. So point-of-care testing, as we know, it really enables or empowers the healthcare providers to quickly diagnose and treat patients, reducing the spread of virus and improving patient outcomes, which we will discuss in the later part of the slides. Overall, the COVID-19 has actually accelerated the adoptions and expansion of point-of-care testing and really underscore the importance of rapid and convenient and patient-centered care. So next slide. So how does point-of-care testings be influenced or be impact in terms of the accessibility? Point-of-care testing has the potential to greatly impact the accessibility to healthcare in a number of ways. So let me share with you what are these ways and what are the 4 points that I'm going to bring this to you. The first one, which is we improve the accessibility to the testing by conducting the test next to or very close to the site of the patient care. This POC testing can then increase the access to the testing for patients who might otherwise have difficulties getting to a laboratory or other remote testing location for whatever reason. And this will be very important for individuals who lives in rural or underserved areas. And we bring the solutions, we bring the testing solution to the people who have these mobility issues. The second point, which is it's not just about increasing the accessibility, but we also expanded or we increased the speed and convenience. As I mentioned, the test can be conducted at or near the patient care. We actually can provide the result in a matter of minutes rather than hours and days. And this will be crucial for timely diagnosis and treatment. So this improves speed and convenience. It creates a space, it creates the accessibility for the patients in the healthcare setups who might otherwise avoid getting this tested because they do not simply want to spend too much time in waiting or due to other barriers. And that comes to another point whereby when you can actually react and respond to the patient testing in a rapid manner, we can also work to improve the patient outcomes, because by providing rapid and, more importantly, accurate results, the testing can actually lead to improved patient outcomes by allowing the healthcare providers to quickly diagnose and treat the patient with the informed decisions. And this can reduce the spread of disease and improve overall health of the populations. And last but not least, while we provide the accessibilities from the point of care testing perspective, we are also contribute to the cost saving. Point of care testing can actually be more cost effective than the traditional laboratory testing because it eliminates the need of additional resources such as the transportation of the test samples, such as going away with the laboratory fees and other miscellaneous charges. And this can increase the accessibility to the testing for individuals who might otherwise be unable to afford it. So overall, POC testing not just improve the accessibility to healthcare by providing faster, convenient, and cost-effective diagnostic informations, it can also improve the patient outcomes, and it increases the access to the healthcare for the individual who might otherwise have difficulty getting tested. So accessibility, point of care testing does open up all these alternatives and opportunities. So while we working on this, in response, we are also looking into how we're going to work out with the new models with the point of care testing in sites. So these new models are actually emerged, and the governments and payers like you and I, we are alike. We are all searching for the new models of care to facilitate this efficiency and how we do a cost control. One of the major trends that we are witnessing across the world is to care for the patient in the lower cost peripheral settings. This trend provides several advantages. This setting can be less expensive to operate. Caring for patients in this environment reduces the burden on the overcrowded hospitals and increase the patient satisfactions because you do not load your patients with more travels and waiting times. In fact, we are reducing, and they are able to improve their experience with less travel and lesser waiting time. So another ongoing trend that I am seeing, or we are seeing across the world, is to reduce the amount of time the patients spend in hospitals one day admitted. This trend is continuing to be driven by the two major factors that we'll be discussing today, which is the cost of care and the patient outcome. So we are seeing this emerging trend of improving access for the care in rural or remote areas where the infrastructure for more comprehensive healthcare services may be insufficient. So like I mentioned in my first slides, the COVID-19 pandemic has actually accelerated the adoptions and expansions of point of care testing. And this has led to the development of the new models for the point of care testing delivery. So now let's look into what are the models that have been emerged to deliver care in these healthcare environments. The first one, which is the telemedicines. Telemedicine has becoming increasingly popular during the pandemic as a way to connect the patients with healthcare providers remotely. So these platforms now offer point of care testing, and this point of care testing kits can be actually sent to the patient home, allowing the patients to conduct the test and receive the results quickly and easily. And this actually spread to the caregivers in some of the remote areas or emerging markets. Drive-through testing. The second one is drive-through testing. It is also becoming a popular model for point of care testing during the pandemic. It actually allowing the patients to receive the test and result without leaving their cars. And this model has proven to be efficient, convenient, and effective in reducing the spread of the virus. So and the third one, which is the retail health clinics. The retail clinics, such as those located in pharmacies and supermarkets, they have expanded their services to include the point of care testing for COVID-19 and other conditions. So again, this allow or enable the patients to receive quick and convenient testing without having to visit a hospital or other healthcare facilities. This will help to spread the load and to enable or to allow the healthcare practitioners or the healthcare professionals to focus on more critical cases, which in turn will improve the patient satisfactions and the length of stays in the hospitals for some of the critical patients. And we have shifted some of the testing to the point number 4, which is the community-based testing. So community-based testing has also becoming important during this period of time. The pandemic has shown us that it is one of those ways to reach the individual who might otherwise not have the access to the testing. And this model involves the partnership between the healthcare organizations and the local organizations so that we can provide point of care testing in the community setups, such as schools and community centers. So apart from this, sometimes we do acknowledge that certain areas, certain rural or underserved areas may have the accessibility issues. And because of that, we do come up with a mobile testing units model. So these units, such as the vans and buses equipped with the point of care testing equipment, we reach out to the point of care testing in the rural and underserved areas. This allows the individuals or patient in this area to receive testing and result without having to travel long distance to the healthcare facilities. So these new models for the point of care testing delivery have helped to increase the access to testing and improve the testing outcomes during the COVID-19 pandemic. And we are likely to continue to play a significant role in the delivery of healthcare in the future, because point of care testing is really about the accessibility, and it's always a case, it's always a legitimate case in the emerging markets. So in order to do the testings and to serve the patients in these rural setups or increase the accessibilities, we do acknowledge that we do have something that to complement and to support that objective, and that is known as the informatics. So what is informatics? Why do we need informatics? So in this slides, I'm going to walk you through what is the informatics. The informatics plays a role in just about everything we do for our customers, especially if they have bought into with the patient testing concept. So healthcare professionals can really only look forward at this point, at this time. So imagine you go into the hospitals or urgent care, having a routine test to take hours or even days to perform, and to get back to the caregiver. Those days are fading fast in many mature markets. In mature markets, these are critically important because we want to save lives, and the informatics system can actually help to alleviate some of the challenges and burdens associated with the delivering better care to more people with fewer resources. So informatics will help to solve this piece of puzzle. So point of care informatics refers to the use of the information technology and data management solution to support the clinical decision making and patient care at the point of care. It aims to provide the healthcare professional with the information they need to make informed decisions, improve the patient outcomes, and increase efficiency in the delivery of care. So this informatics solution can include the electronic health records, clinical decision support systems, mobile health application, and real-time health monitoring devices. These solutions provide the healthcare professionals with the access to the patient informations, real-time data, and relevant guidelines and protocols set up by the local laboratories. So this will enable the practitioners or the healthcare professionals to make and informed decisions and improve the patient's outcome in real time. So point of care informatics is seen as a key aspect of the digital transformations of the healthcare, and is increasingly being used to improve the patient outcomes, increase efficiency, and reduce costs in the delivery of care. So let's go in depth how this informatics really helps. So as we can see, in terms of point of care test setups in the clinical settings, we talked about how we want to control the operator lockout, how we want to perform the QC scheduling, and how we want to customize the instruments to behave the way we wanted them to be. So we can actually control the implementation, especially when the solutions are fully, we can actually control it, and especially when the solution is provided by Abbott Point of Care. So we have instruments, we have resources to do that kind of control management. So bear in mind, the healthcare system that use a properly blend approach to diagnostic testing, this will able to help you all, to help the healthcare practitioners and professionals to enjoy greater efficiency in the care delivery. So let's take a look at these four matrices. The informatics and integration are important to the customers in healthcare for several reasons. Okay, so let's look at the first point, which is electronic data recording. So it eliminates times consuming manual descriptions, so it helps to reduce potentials for errors. So what does it say? It says that by having access to this comprehensive and up-to-date patient information, you can actually make informed decisions that provide better care and leading to improved patient outcomes. And because of increased efficiency, this integrating information system and processes will help to reduce or minimize duplicated efforts and streamline the workflows, increasing the overall efficiency of the healthcare system. And this is why you will start to optimize your processes, and this will enhance the patient's experience. And this we will provide the kind of a patient care and interaction, engage with our patient with the real-time information about their health and enable them to participate more actively in their care. So we work together with our patients and we work closely with the families and the patients, how we're going to support them in their recovery and care delivery. So with the improved data, okay, we have to ensure the data is accurate, consistent, up to date. So this will help the practitioner for effective decision making and the patient care. And last but not least, while you're keeping all this for the cost saving, you are actually reducing all these duplicated efforts and streamline all those processes, like I mentioned earlier on. And integration can help to reduce costs in the healthcare systems. In conclusions, informatics and integration play a critical role in improving the quality of care, increasing the efficiency, and enhancing the overall experience of the patient and healthcare professionals. As such, they are important consideration for the customers in healthcare. So next, let me walk you through what are the solutions that we have from the Apple point of care. Is that this is the connectivity or informatics that we are offering to our customers. As you can see, we have the iStat, which is the instrument that is responsible for running the test. We also have the Info HQ, that is an advanced web-based data manager that is designed to streamline the data management experience and transform this data into clinical decisions. So it's more of an efficient management of patient data through the instruments and how we want to help and facilitate and making sure that the healthcare practitioners or healthcare professionals in the hospitals to make a decision making to support the patient care. So these are the session notes that I'm using for the presentations, okay, which I got it from these points. So this is another menu that is shared with you all about the extensive cartridge menu for different clinical setups. As you can see, our point of care can be used in 4 types of clinical setups, which is meant for the chemistry electrolytes. Second, which is the blood gas. Third one, which is the coagulations, and last but not least, immunoassays testing menus. So these are the menus that the iStats instruments are capable of. And our iStat instruments provide an easy operations. And this actually helps to eliminate the operator error, and more importantly, is streamline the trainings. So in terms of iStat, it's 4 simple steps to produce or to provide the test results. And the iStat is very lightweight, is portable, and the navigation of the test menu is intuitive and is durable. And last but not least, we can program and work on the iStat instrument to behave the way how you wanted to run the test. So what is beautiful about the point of care setting is that from every point of care, we provide the standardizations in healthcare settings. And what does it does? It does simplifies the point of care program management in all locations. We every point of care, we provide the standardizations in your healthcare setups. We provide the consistent lab accurate results. we make sure that the iStack conforms and standardize the connectivity and capability to your hospital's IT infrastructure so that we are able to connect and to ensure the test result we're able to send or transmit across to the hospital's lab information systems readily and anytime and anywhere. And the instruments also is very simple and easy to use, and we will provide the trainings and to run through the broadcast menu on a single point of care platform. So one iStack instruments with trainings where intuitive navigation menu allows you as a user to perform a broad-based testing on the various different clinical setups with the different patients in the different scenarios. And like I mentioned, Apple Point of Care do support all of you, do support our customers and all the hospitals that we provide simple trainings and helping the point of care committees to maintain the operator competency so as to standardize the process of making sure or enabling or empowering the people to have a good hygiene and good usage of the point of care instrumentation on the healthcare setup. So apart from this, in terms of logistics, we offer unparalleled simplified ordering and inventory management. You can go through our partners in Philippines. We also provide that kind of consistent and reliable service and support. And last but not least, by putting all the testing menu under the same one POC platform, which is the iStack Abbott Point of Care, we are helping you to consolidate all this device into one single platform so that you will help to ensure your hospitals is performing or the clinical setups is performing at a cost optimized setups. Meaning to say we are aiming to drive the cost, your operating costs, and this will benefit the patients. So in a nutshell, at the point of care, iStats, we provide a consistent test menu. We provide intuitive user operations with a robust data management system. Coupled with the test menus, with all these factors coming together, we produce lab accurate result across a broad range of healthcare settings. And so nobody will miss out these benefits and functionality from the point of care testings. In terms of support, at the point of care, we offer a wide variety of resources to support the use of the iStat system at your facilities. We have the expert assistance coming from the other divisions, whereby we will, whenever needed, we will provide you the rightful advice and consultancy advisory to support your needs. And we do have a robust service programs available to ensure that your instrument is well taken care of. Basically, we have a support central in the website that will support user with all the readily resources accessible from our Abbott website. So in conclusions, to summarize the iStat system which is offered by Abbott Point of Care, our iStat instruments, we were able to provide lab accurate results with a broad menu, and we're able to produce the results by the patient side within minutes instead of hours and all days. And the iStat instrument is very portable, simple, and intuitive operation is very simple to use. And we have also the implementations projects capability to support your connectivity and informatics solutions to help to your facility, your organization to achieve optimized patient care and delivery to your patients. So without further ado, I will end my presentations for today. If you do have any inquiries or you would like to seek any assistance to support your facilities to implementing the point of care testing in your facilities, please do not hesitate and you are welcome to contact any one of us, my colleagues, Abby in the Philippines, responsible for Philippines markets. We can assist you with all the inquiries and we will help you to work on the projects that will bring the benefits to your patient care.
Thank you so much, Engineer Tan Yong Wei. Now we proceed after all the talk about point of care testing. We now proceed to our last speaker for this afternoon. Our next plenary speaker is an expert in the field of computer science and engineering. In 2010, he earned his bachelor's and master's degree in information technology in Uttar Pradesh Technical University and Gautam Buddha University, India, respectively. In the academe, he was a former assistant professor in Raffles University and Gautam Buddha University in India. At present, he is pursuing his Doctor of Philosophy in Medical Image Processing in the Department of Mechanical and Electromechanical Engineering in National Sun Yat-sen University, Taiwan. Now to discuss the application of deep learning algorithm and chest X-ray images in the automated diagnosis of COVID-19, everybody on the platform, help me welcome Assistant Professor Rahul Kumar. Sir, you can start presenting your PowerPoint now. Thank you. All right, so while waiting for Assistant Professor Kumar to return back to our Zoom platform, may we remind everybody that this is just day one of our Triicon 2023. So we would like to remind everybody to be attending our second day tomorrow. So we will be having several lectures regarding microbiology and biology in general. So we hope to see you tomorrow. I think registration starts at 8 a.m. So for those of you eyeing for that CPD units, please do not forget to attend all sessions, including the closing plenary session tomorrow afternoon. So while waiting for Assistant Professor Kumar to return, if you have any questions or clarification about the presentations of our distinguished speaker, please do not hesitate to write and type them down on our chat box. I think technical team, am I correct? Assistant Professor Rahul is back. Okay, so I think he's back. Assistant Professor Rahul, you may now take over the cloud. You may start presenting your PowerPoint presentation. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Do you
Yeah,
have a presentation, sir? A PowerPoint presentation?
yeah, sure, sure. Just give me 2 minutes more, then I will start.
All right, sir. Nope.
Okay.
Sir Rahul, do you need assistance when it comes to your presentation? Okay, so while we give time for Professor Rahul to prepare his presentation, again, we would just like to remind everybody that tomorrow, April 27, 2023, the parallel session A will continue at 8 a.m. to 12 noon. So registration starts at 8 a.m. So we will be having Dr. Tadeus Carvajal, Dr. Mon Juan Lee, and Dr. Salah Hidayat for our plenary parallel session A tomorrow morning. So again, we would like to remind everybody that part of our requirement for the CPD units would be your complete attendance in all of our sessions. So with that, let me just again go through the house rules so that everybody will be reminded. First and foremost, participants are all required to attend all the sessions from April 26 to 27, whether they are attending through our Zoom platform or viewing the Triicon through our official website. Now, attendance link will only be posted for a specific time every session. So just like this afternoon, we have posted it from 1 p.m. to 12:15 p.m. In addition to that, failure to attend any of the sessions will forfeit your privilege of receiving a certificate of participation. Now, our evaluation link will only be given after the closing plenary on April 27, 2023. And finally, our last reminder for everyone, attendance to all the session as well as the result of your evaluation will be the basis for the release of your certificate with CPD points as well as the certificate for CPD self-directed learning. So I think that's all our reminders for this afternoon. Professor Rahul, are you ready to present or do you need
Yeah, yeah. Just I am ready. Just I need to download my PPT. It's taking like little time because of the some internet problem here.
All right, sir. Okay. So
Yeah,
by the way,
just 1 more minute.
all
I
right.
hope it will be work now.
Okay, no problem. And by the way, right after the presentation of Assistant Professor Rahul, we will be proceeding to our question and answer. So if you have any questions or clarification, you may type them in our chat box and our moderators will be giving that to us. So there are some questions here. May we request a program for the event? Sir Fernando, our program for all the parallel sessions A to D are available in Trinity University of Asia Facebook page. So you can have a copy of that. So you can follow us with our program. But if in case you would be needing a copy through your email, please leave your email here in the chat box and our moderators will be sending you a copy through your email. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Yes, Professor.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I'm ready to present. Okay, are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you. You can now present
Okay.
your PowerPoint.
Okay, okay, sure. Now I'm
Right.
going to present.
All right. Thank you.
Mhm. Okay, so good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for inviting me for the talk in Triicon 2023. And my topic for today's presentation uh, is the automated diagnosis of COVID-19 using deep learning and chest X-ray images. So in this presentation today, this conference, I'm going to discuss about the applications that are related to the some medical images to find out some disease using some radiologist images that will be very helpful for the radiologists in the area of medical sector. So we can use some AI applications that are the like CNN models to categorize the images according to their disease. So I'm going to discuss about these things with you guys. So let me proceed. Okay, so these are the outlines of the today's presentation of mine. Introduction, fundamentals, basics of the deep learnings, methodology, what we can use for these, and the results, and some discussions about the things and conclusions. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay, no problem. Okay, so in the introduction parts, I will discuss about some background, motivation, and I did some literature review also, and then the objectives of this work I will discuss with you. So let's discuss about the introduction part first. Backgrounds, like here in this work, we did classify some diseases that are related with pneumonia, SARS, COVID-19, like these type of disease. And for this, like if we talk about the background of this problem, like this disease in the pneumonia, SARS, and COVID-19, these all are an inflammatory condition of the lungs. So these problems all are similar and create inside our lungs, human body's lungs. So where the small air sacs known as oli filled with fluid. So these are, you can see here, these are the alveoli. They are filled by some fluid, some liquid. That's why the patient feels some problems to take breath because of the oxygen is not converted. When people take oxygen, patient take oxygen, then it will not be converted to, it will not be rectified, it will not be purified, and then the problem will create some disease, and it converted like pneumonia, SARS, and COVID-19 inside the lungs. So these all are almost similar, feel like this. Oh, these are the like similar kind of symptoms. So it is little difficult to identify which problems create which type of disease. So AI or deep learnings can be helpful for identify this type of problems easily, or helpful and less costly for the radiologists. So it is most often caused by an infection from the bacteria. So these all are the disease generated by the bacteria. So like these are the alveoli, these are filled by some liquid inside these, like in this form. So the patient feels some problems because of the bacteria. So for that, the reason of this, in all over the world, mostly children's and the old peoples, 15 to 20% people die in all over the world, in the developing country as well as the developed countries. So early detection of these kind of problems will be very helpful for all the types of countries to save the human being lives. So introduction, let me continue the introduction again little bit more. So coronavirus disease, that's we feel like this in pandemic, it was the pandemic disease, and that is caused thousands of cosalides and infected several millions of people worldwide. So any technological tools enabling rapid screening with high accuracy is crucial to healthcare professionals. We have some vaccinations and RT-PCR tests already, but these are the very expensive for the developing countries. But in the developing countries, there are X-ray images is easily available, X-ray machines are easily available. So those X-ray images can be helpful for the radiologist and the developing countries people to identify this type of problem and easily can treatment and save their lives. So it is mainly very helpful for the developing and the little uneconomically strong countries. So X-ray images is an easily accessible all over and excellent in COVID-19 diagnosis. So the motivation behind this type of work, X-ray images analysis, challenging for the radiologist experts all the times because of the unclarity of the things and mismatching the disease because of the similar type of patterns of the problems. So many computer tools have been already developed, and machine learning is a promising approach, we can say, in terms of efficiency but lack of higher accuracy. So the computation time and error rate is still big a issue. So the machine learning approach is also very helpful for the analysis of the X-ray, but still the computing problem is the problem again for this kind of things. So deep learning provide an effective approach and provide a higher accuracy as comparison to traditional neural network architecture. So the objective detection and segmentation and image classification and natural language processing, these are the most important things that we can do using machine learning, AI, and the deep learning. So we did some literature review before that to find out this kind of problems and find out some solutions. So we have read few papers from few researchers like Asman Abbas present a paper and that is that is related to deep learning classifier. They make a D-track type of CNN model and then find out the COVID-19 disease with the accuracy of 95.12%. And Kasim and Docker create new CNN model again, and they also find out COVID-19 and then with the accuracy of 86%. But there was some problem with their modules. They have trained these modules just only very less amount of data set. That's why they get less accuracy as comparison to the higher accuracy of those others models, we feel. So Aras and Ismail also use some pre-trained models that we generally know: ResNet 50, ResNet 101, VGG 16 and 19, and they have taken two diseases like binary classification, COVID-19 and normal, and they find out 94% accuracy. So similar, like other researchers have contribute some their work and then they use their models and there are some predefined models, and they take more than two classes like normal, pneumonia, COVID-19. So they researcher did some research and classify their models, classify their images according to the models, and they got like 76% accuracy and more than 95% accuracy. But the problem was the again the less amount of data set, because as we know that we need a sufficient amount of database data images, data X-ray images to generate a good accuracy from the models and train our model very efficiently and very good manner, so that it can give us very good solution that can be very helpful for the medical sector. So for the objective of the X-ray images analysis, always challenging for the radiologist as already told. So to classify the disease with 5 out of states, like in this work, we have tried to use 5 kind of already trained models, that is CNN models for the X-ray images, and we used 5-fold cross validation for the training and testing of our data. So we have taken our total amount of the data and divided it into the 5 parts, and then 1 part for the training and 4 part for the testing. So according to that, we did some iteration and then make it more relevant and solve the problem of data unbalancing, so that our model can be trained on that data very well and then perform much more better way. So to enhance the accuracy of CNN models, and by comparing two different data sets, so we have created two types of data set. One is like original data set that we found out from the internet, and then another data set we modify by ourselves, and then we trained those models, all the models by ourselves, both the data set, and compare the accuracy and effects, how they perform their performance on those type of data set. So the fundamentals, if I'm talking about the fundamental basis of differences in machine learning and deep learning and the convolution neural networks basic operation, let me tell you guys about the little bit just only artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence is generally the early artificial intelligence states excitement, and it is the, we can say it is the parent of the machine learning and deep learning, and machine learning is the component of the artificial intelligence that is generally used for the begins to flourish the machine. And artificial intelligence is just like the robot, it can be perform some activities and some intelligently. So we do this thing, and by machine learning we try to manipulate those things for the artificial intelligence in the machines. And the deep learning is very helpful to train the models in a specific manner. So deep learning breakthrough drive AI boom. So as we know, in 1950, 1980, these are the eras it will be developed and proceed furthermore in the current era. So the fundamental basics in furthermore, the fundamental basis of the CNN in deep learning, it is generally CNN is convolution neural network is generally the similar type of biological neural network. So these are the almost similar and generated by the natural network. Like artificial neural network is like human mind neural network that also have some neurons like similar like artificial neural network or convolutional neural network basic structure also have neurons and axon dendrites. So similar like it also have these type of things. So in the like in human brain we give some input, we watch some images, like if we watch the image of dog, then we can easily take some input from our eyes. These are the things: eyes, nose, our ears, our mouth, our hand. These are the human input to activate our neurons inside our mind. So similar like we need to give some input to the artificial or convolution neural network and perform some operation to identify the or classify the images. Similar like as I said, like dog, if the dog we want to find out as a human, we want to classify, oh, which picture is this, this is the if this image is for dog or what. So for that we need to give some input to our brain. So we give input in terms of our eyes, so we watch by our eyes and then find out, oh, this picture is looks like the dog, because this input is more important. So other all the inputs work like some weight, based on some weight like w1 w2 w3, these are the weights. So similar like our brain also have these kind of functions. So it may be 0 or 1, so it may be near to 0 or maybe near to 1. So similar like of these things it create and classify and identify the images. So similar type of work in the neural network. So biological neurons converted into the neural network, and after that it performs, after some activities, some more function included, it started to perform like the convolutional neural network, and we gave it to the name like deep learning. That is currently very good way to identify and to classify the things and train the machine to perform in nice manner. So like CNN basic structure is like this. There are the some inputs and these are the some neurons, or these all are connected with the uh, these lines, these are connected with like this, and they have some weight, and similar like these are the connection of the layers. So there are some hidden layers also, and then some output layer also, and there are some basic operations inside the CNN always perform, like convolutional reloop, pooling, as we can add as much as we want inside that, and we can modify it according to our need, and then perform the operation to identify the things and train our models. So as I know, many people know, everybody know about these operations, so I'm going to skip these things. So let's move to the methodology, what we have used for the solve some problems. So like here, there is a method we use to for the deep learning models. Like we have taken original data set images, like these are the images. We have taken 4 diseases like COVID-19, SARS, normal or unnormal. So these are the images related with the COVID-19 disease, SARS, normal and unnormal images, and we collect data and then in enhance data. So as I told you, we have 2 types of data set here: original data set and enhancement data set. So original data set have one data set, and another data set is the enhancement, and we operate some AI models. Like we use here 5 models, pre-trained models: VGG16, VGG19, GoogleNet, AlexNet, and ResNet 50. So these are the deep learning models we have used and operate on those 2 data set, and then very well, very good accuracy we performed and classify these all the disease in the separate classes like COVID-19, SARS, normal and unnormals. So when we perform these things, so our computer specification was the in this way, like CPU Intel i7-3770, VGA Nvidia 1060 Ti, operating system we have used Windows 7, RAM, SSD, softwares. So these are the things Python we have used to perform this activity. So the method for data processing and data sets we have used: first rotated, flipped, zoom, horizontal movement, vertical movement. So we create our another data set from the original data set. So this one was our original data set, this one was the augmented data set. So for the training of the data, sorry, for the training of the models, we need in some data set, some images. So for that, we take images as a input, and we create 5 rounds. As I told you, for the data and unbalancing problem, we use 5 cross validation and create 5 rounds for the both the data set, like training, testing, and for the training and for the testing, we use 5-fold cross validation, and total images we have taken in each round 2868. And similar like this pattern, we use augmented data, and in augmented data, after rotated, flipped, these all things, we create more data, and then after that the image will become 5258 each round. So in every 5 rounds we have similar like 5258 images. So for the as you can see in this picture, this is the structure of our data set. So in this structure, our data set is divided into 2 parts: original data, augmented data. And original data and augmented data, all data set have like 1 to 5 rounds, and each rounds have 4 classes: COVID-19, normal, SARS, and unnormals. And these are the some pictures that you can see. These are the some X-ray images that are indicating COVID-19, SARS, normal, and unnormal images. So we have put it these all the images in the separate classes and then trained our model. So for that, let me discuss about the what we results gain and then some discussion about it. So when we run our data, so we check that the training accuracy and the loss of the correct data set. So that was the data set that was the correct. You can see here, this was the augmented correct data set that we generate. So we found that in this model, we used 16, 19, LXNet and ResNet 50 and GoogleNet. And we find out the accuracy of all the rounds. Like round one, we run one model, round two, we run same model like this. And then again, similar like of model, we run all the rounds. And then after that, we calculate the average accuracy, average training accuracy of all the models. So we find out that our model was giving the like 93, 94, 94, 90 until 99. ResNet 50 was giving, and GoogleNet was giving 99.43 percent accuracy as comparison to other models. So we have feel like that when we correct our data images and we generate more images, and then after trained our models, so we have feel like this, all the models were giving the very good accuracy, but ResNet 50 and GoogleNet was performing very well on those images and classify very nicely. And then we find out the training loss also. So in this case, we have also find out the training loss in all the segments like round one, round two. And then we find out that the ResNet 50 is giving like 0.0174 and GoogleNet was giving 0.0397 loss. So in this case, we have seen like this. If in generally we talk about that, so LXNet was the more sufficient in the manner of the loss as well as the accuracy, because the loss was not the loss was also the fine in this case. And as we feel that LXNet was taking the less computation time as comparison to other models in that type of platform, like that we have identified, like which platform we have taken. So for those things, we feel like that ResNet, GoogleNet, they perform very nicely, but LXNet was taking less time. And then let's check COVID-19, which is rapidly separated disease and success shortly by the researcher. So the testing, if we talk about the testing loss and testing accuracy, so we can see here our models like VGG16 perform 90.61 average accuracy in all the rounds, and VGG19 91%, LXNet 92, and ResNet more than 96, and GoogleNet 95. So here we also can feel the testing accuracy after training. We test our models, so they perform very nicely, like more than 90% all the 5 models, and we select these models because of their relevancy related to our data set. So we check these models for they are suitable for our models or not. So after that, we decided to choose these models. So ResNet 50 and GoogleNet here also performing very nicely during the testing. And here there are the loss also. You can see the loss also, ResNet and GoogleNet not too much higher, as we feel this is also the fine. So as we can see here, so this is the correct data set. In that case, the model performing all the pre-trained models performing nicely. And here this is the testing accuracy of the original data set. So this one was when we took the original data set that we have taken from the internet. So we find out that the accuracy was not too much higher for all the models. It was the like VGG16 performing not well, like 84%, but rest other was performing fine, like ResNet 50, GoogleNet. But we feel like those all for the training and for the testing, they just a second. Yeah, for the training and for the testing. So this one is the for the testing, this one is the for the training. So training was the fine, but when we test, so testing was the little bit less as comparison to the correct data set. So we find out that when we do some pre-processing and do some augmented augmentation with our data set. So we feel that as comparison to this original data, our augmented data has been performed very good accuracy on these models. So here you can see training loss and the testing loss for the original data, that is also little bit higher here, but here also little higher for the ResNet as well as the Google Net also. So in this case also we feel like that the data set what kind of data set we are going to choose, and what type of data pre-processing augmentation technique we are going to use our model, that we need to take care in this type of radiological image research to classify the images. So we feel like this when we analyze these data, these accuracy from that data. So we feel like this, we need to take care about the data set, which kind of data set we are choosing and which amount of data we have selected and which type of technique we are going to operate on those data sets. So we should take care about these things during this type of research performance, because this is the very important things, because the classification of the disease is very important for the perspective of the human being also. So it will be very harmful if it will not be work precisely, so it will be harmful for the patient as well as the human beings. So for that we need to mainly focus for the data set first, and if the data set is, we prepare our data set very well, and the chances will increase, our model will be perform very well when we will test it and train it. Okay, so for the accuracy and for the validation, we check some other things also, like recall, specificity, precision, F1 score. We calculate these all things also, and then we feel like this performance metrics for the correct data, for the original data. So we feel like these also were the very good for the correct data, that was the augmented data as comparison to the original data. So, and these are the some graphical representation how we perform this. So we have took 200 epoch for all the rounds, and then learning rate we have put it 0.005 for all the models, and batch size 10, and number of classes we have taken 4. So these all are the things we have chosen according to the needs at the time, and then we use similar type of parameters and similar type of things to train our models and test. So for the VGG 16, 19, Google Net, this one showing the just only one round, because we have the 5 round and we don't have that much time to explain all the things. So for the round 1, like original data accuracy graph, it is showing all the models, just only first round. And this one is the augmented correct data accuracy graph, that is also showing the just only first round. So these are the graphical representation of those accuracy. And in the last, the conclusion is that, let me conclude the this presentation. So we created a 4-class data set like COVID-19, pneumonia, normal and unnormal X-ray lung images, especially, and we used 5-fold validation for the data set that will be very helpful for the data and balancing problems for this kind of research. And deep learning models, we have took AlexNet, VGG 16, 19, GoogleNet, and ResNet for the future extraction of the X-ray images. So the accuracy enhanced by selecting and classifying from the ResNet model, and GoogleNet, as we seen, perform very well. And the alternative models, we can use AlexNet and VGG 19 also for this kind of our data set. And the future studies image processing and different deep learning models, we will try to apply for this type of work, and then we will try to make some other models also that can be very helpful for the medical field and very helpful for the radiologist, and also very relevant for the human being, patients, for the patients, also for the developing countries where the resources are not available for the remote areas. So thank you so much for your kind patience. So this is all about my research of this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Assistant Professor Rahul, for that discussion about automated diagnosis of COVID-19 using artificial intelligence. Now, at this juncture, it was really a fruitful sharing of ideas from our plenary speaker. So at this very point, we would like to invite our plenary speaker, Dr. Suzuki, and also Assistant Professor Rahul for our question and answer. So I think there are some questions already coming in our chat box and also from our website, which I will be reading to you. And we'll be discussing about those things for now. So if again, to all our participants, if you still have any questions or concerns regarding the topic presented, we highly encourage you to type them in the chat box, and our speakers will be very glad to answer them. Now, by the way, just to inform our participants in the platform and also in our website, Dr. Hiranya Sritat and Engineer Tan Yongwei will not be able to join us for the question and answer this afternoon, but you can still send in your questions to them, and we will make sure that we will be able to email them to you after the session. So I think we have a few questions for Dr. Suzuki. So it's about the heat shock protein, Dr. Suzuki. So I'll go ahead and answer the first question. Dr. Suzuki, you presented this early in the presentation that the statistical results show that Japan has relatively high rate of smoking and obesity, as well as high salt intake, comparing to other nations like the United States and even in the Europe. But why is the average age of population so high in Japan? Dr.
Okay, thank you for your question. So I think it is probably so because Japan has many medical facilities. So if you become ill in Japan, you can go to a medical institution immediately. Another reason, so Japan has a universal health insurance system, which make it possible to receive treatment at a low cost. And the health checkup are so so common, making it easier for illness to be detected in the early stages. Yes, so this answer.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Suzuki. I have a follow-up question to that. So we were discussing about the heat shock protein and how they are important and are released during certain physiologic changes. You mentioned about your HSP72 that acts on your platelets and increases your platelet aggregation. But can other family or other member of your heat shock protein, such as HSP40 and GSP60, affect platelets?
Okay, so thank you. There are various reports on the effect of each HSP family on platelets in our study. So recombinant HSP60 so did not promote accelerated platelet aggregation. Previous papers have reported that small molecule HSPs are released from the vessel in response to ancillary injury, bind to platelets and act as inhibitors of platelet aggregation. No, so but HSP19 has also been reported to promote So thrombin-stimulated platelet activation. Some report indicate that inhibit of HSP40 or HSP19 or HSP16. So that data suggested that importance of the HSP network in the regulation of platelet activity. We believe so further experiments are needed to clarify the relationship between each HSP and platelet aggregation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Suzuki. So it's really an arising need for additional biomarkers for acute myocardial infarction and other cardiovascular diseases. So I think HSP will be on its way to becoming another biomarker that will be soon used in our laboratories. And I think we still have one final question for you, Dr. Suzuki. Um, can you review us what cell produce your HSP72? Because in your presentation, you mentioned that during acute myocardial infarction, cardiovascular diseases, these are released in the system and they are increased. So what are the cells that produce your HSP and which enhances your platelet action?
So, okay. So product HSP. So we believe that vascular endothelial cells are stressed by OX-LDL and other factors. And in our previous animal study, OX-LDL loading increased blood HSP72 level. And furthermore, and histopathological analysis of vascular endothelial cells confirmed that HSP72 on vascular endothelial cell increased. So perhaps so endothelial cell.
All right. Thank you so much for that, Dr. Suzuki. So similarly, in primary hemostasis, it's also the endothelial cells that are first destroyed that also cause thrombosis among our patients. So thank you for answering those questions, Dr. Suzuki. Now, before we move forward, Assistant Professor Rahul, you presented the automated diagnosis for COVID-19. And by looking at the results that you presented today, the statistical accuracy is quite impressive. Assistant Professor, do you have a specific number of how many X-ray images were used to train your model?
Yeah. We have taken like more than 25,000 images for the training our models. Like I mean total for the 25,000 images for the training and testing, but we have to like 20,000 images for the training and 5,000 approximate for the testing. So that was the good combination for those kind of training and testing.
That will be very helpful, especially it will be removing the subjectivity when it comes to reading chest X-ray from our physicians. Now, in addition to that, Assistant Professor Rahul, I'm just curious, will you be able to release this as an application, or will it become a device that will be soon available to the public?
Yeah, we are trying to make some devices that will be very helpful for the developing countries. Those don't have that much resources to identify these type of disease very early stage. So we are trying to make this. When we will prepare these all things, we will publish it, like we will give it to the market, then it will be very helpful. And it will not just only for the helpful for the COVID, it will be helpful for the other disease also, as we are thinking.
Yeah, that's correct. Professor Rahul, not only for COVID-19, but it also
some
be
other
used
disease also.
in diagnosing other diseases.
Yeah.
I actually quite remember one. They use an artificial intelligence, a model as well, in identifying melanoma. So it's quite interesting that we are now using X-ray images so that we can identify diseases. So that's very helpful, and hopefully we'll get to hear your presentation once the product is not available.
Yeah.
In connection to the presentation of Engineer Tan Yong Wei, connecting the point of care testing now with the automated diagnosis for COVID-19, that will really be promising in sustaining our communities with this diagnostics improvement. Thank you so much, Assistant Professor Rahul and Dr. Um, Suzuki. I'll just have to check if there are still questions coming in the chat box. Okay, I think that's all the questions we have. So thank you so much. I won't let you close your camera because at this very point, we will now be having the awarding of certificates. So for the awarding of certificates, may I invite the Dean of the College of Medical Technology, Dr. Mark D. Francisco, to join me on the cloud for the presentation of the certificate. Allow me now to read the content of our certificate. Trinity University of Asia present the Certificate of Appreciation to Dr. Hideaki Suzuki of Fukushima Medical University in recognition of your outstanding contribution as parallel speaker during the Trinity Research and Idea International Congress 2023 with the theme Striving for Sustainable Communities Through Promoting Technologies and Ideas, held online via Zoom virtual platform from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. on April 26 to 27, 2023. Signed by Dr. Howell T. Ho, Vice President for Academic Affairs, Trinity University of Asia, and also signed by Dr. Gisela D.A. Luna, President of Trinity University of Asia. We would like to invite, by the way, our technical personnel will be the one to take our photo for this afternoon. So please let me know if we can move forward to the other certificates. Now, the same certificate is also awarded to Dr. Hiranya Sretar of Thammasat University, Thailand. And the same certificate is also awarded to Engineer Tan Yong Wei of Abbott Point of Care. Now to receive the certificate on behalf of Yong Wei, may we invite in the cloud Miss Abigail De Roma of Abbott Point of Care to receive the certificate of Engineer Tan Yong Wei. Yeah. So for our technical committee, if you can also pin our Miss Anna. Yeah. Okay, and finally, of course, last but definitely not least, this certificate of appreciation is also awarded to Assistant Professor Rahul Kumar from National Sun Yat-sen University, Taiwan. Again, congratulations and thank you for gracing our event with your presence. Thank you so much. Okay, tech team, please let us know if you already finished taking our photo. Now, at this moment, again, may we invite our speakers and some of our participants, if you can turn on your camera for a photo opportunity. Our technical committee will be taking our photo for today. Okay, it has been a long day, but we hope that you will be giving your best smile and your fresh smile on the camera. Ayan, magandang umaga po. Good afternoon. Magandang hapon po. And good afternoon to everyone. Okay, tech team, please let us know if we're good with the photo na. Okay, smile po. All right. Okay, according to the tech team, we're good to go. Again, thank you so much for attending this afternoon's session. So that ends our session for today. Thank you for our speakers, and thank you everyone for attending the day one of Trinity Research and Idea International Congress 2023. But before you leave our platform, may we remind everybody that today is only day one of Triicon 2023. We will again be seeing each other tomorrow. Again, registration starts at 8 a.m. So we hope to see everybody still here at the platform or through our official website for our Triicon 2023. With that, again, this is Jomer Adams Pinding, and on behalf of Trinity University of Asia and our presenters, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Assistant Professor. Thank you, Dr. Suzuki, and thank you for all our
Thank
participants.
you.
Thank you so much.